at 159 Main Street.
Counsel Capone?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If we could please have the petitioner before us? Is the petitioner in the audience?
Is the petitioner in the audience?
Okay.
Is this, are these the people that used to be on Revere Beach Parkway, or?
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
The
didn't mean to
the
do
name is
that.
familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Counsel
believe it is.
Napolitano, I apologize. Go
No,
ahead.
that's quite all right. I believe it is, and we can find out if it is. I mean, we've had no issues with them down
Right.
there. Let's confirm that, and if that's good, this is just a question of the move light.
Yeah. We were questioning if this was the same person that was on Revere Beach Parkway. We really never had any issues. So that's all we want to really confirm, if it's the same people.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll wait for our clerk.
Okay, so the motion is to wait for the clerk to come up.
Okay.
So all the paperwork is in order. We just want to
Good
make
to know.
sure that if they're new people, we would maybe recommend laying it on the table until we know who they are.
Okay.
It's hot in here tonight, huh?
Madam Chairman, could we please have city clerk in front of us?
If I could,
Second.
would please have the city clerk in front of us. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. And
City Clerk
Councilor-
Sergio Canelli, sorry for being late. I was in another meeting
No
downstairs.
worries. City clerk, we've got the only item on tonight is for Art Gold Jewelry. Is this the same folks that
sorry, we're
were
trying to hold a
operating
meeting
elsewhere in
here.
the city?
Thank you, I'm
You know?
sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. One more time. I'm sorry, Council.
The only piece on tonight is for Art Gold Jewelry,
Mm-hmm.
located at Main Street. They operated elsewhere in the city?
On
prior-
Broadway.
Okay.
This
And
is we don't do transfers of license.
Sure,
That's
so you
why
have
you
to
always
do a
have
whole
to go
new
through
one.
the same process.
There hasn't been any issues?
Ever.
Okay. Because they weren't here tonight, we just wanted to make sure they were the same.
I mean, I
folks.
know they're invited, but it's just,
Okay.
in essence, a transfer, but
Okay.
we don't
But there
obviously
haven't been
do a
any
legal
issues, the paperwork's
transfer.
in order, everything was
Correct.
good?
Everything was in
Okay.
order. They had no issues. Building department signed off, fire, taxes, everything.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Very welcome.
Councilor Napolitano.
Where on Broadway were they?
They were on in front of that little strip plaza. Give me a moment. Kind of near, yes, right near McKinnon's. That
Yeah.
next to De Blasi's.
Okay, I know.
Right
okay,
to the
I know
left.
where they are, I know where
Do you remember?
Yep.
Yeah. I know they had a sign. I remember them saying they were moving to Main Street. It was right next. That's where it was. I don't know the street, but Morris maybe. Yeah. So, but that's where it was. It was that location next to De Blasi's.
Excuse the customer, thanks.
It's
Thank you
Hosmer,
very-
and
Shut him up.
I just have one quick question from the chair, if you don't mind. Are they going to be working, what hours? Did they say what hours?
Could Mr. Clerk, didn't say it on there. So you can put some restrictions on there, but from what I remember, they operated 7 days a week. I don't believe they were open past 6 on the weekends, during the week 8 maybe. I'd have to, off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly. That's the only thing I don't know.
I'd like to know the hours.
Yeah,
in
they
case
might be in my
people ask
files
us.
downstairs what they operated prior, so before our regular meeting, I can get it for you.
That's what I was just going to suggest, is if we could have that by the regular meeting, we can put that question to bed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Excuse with the customary
Yeah,
thanks.
let me go
And,
get that.
What is your pleasure,
Motion for
counsel?
favorable action?
Have a motion for favorable action?
If I could just tweak that a little bit, we'll refer it out favorably to the body to incorporate prior hours of
Prior
operation.
hours of operation.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Do I
Second.
have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have adjourned.
McLaughlin.
Here.
Counsel Napolitano.
Here.
Counsel Della Sola.
Here.
8 members present. We do have a quorum. Counsel Matusky? 9 members present. We do have a quorum.
Please stand and salute the flag.
Just give it a moment to understand. All right, we're ready. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Counsel Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we suspend the rules and take item number 52?
Do we have a second to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it. Please read number 52 on the agenda, please.
Item number 52, Mr. President, is an order offered by Counsel Richard J. Della Sola, Jr. as President, to have Deb Fallon of Portal to Hope to present the City Council with a brief update on the EVAP program at her request. Ms. Fallon?
Motion she come forward, Mr. Chairman, second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Good evening. I know
Ju-
that you have your, sorry.
There you go.
I don't really need the microphone. I want to thank you so much for letting me share some time with you tonight. For those of you who have been serving year after year, you know that probably every 5 years I've come up here to update you about the ongoings of the wonderful Evaporate Violence program, which is the Everett Victim Advocacy Project serving victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking crimes on site at the Everett Police Department, now for 21 years. However, I have some presentations that were supposed to be received, but our former Mayor Ragucci, who's very shy, I had to go to this extreme to recognize him. So, and it's important that we recognize you, Mayor Ragucci, because that Evaporate Violence program, we were just looking through numbers today, and for those of you who were over at the social hour a little bit earlier, forgive me that I'm repeating some of the information, but that Evaporate Violence program which is a unique law enforcement program for which you had the vision for. You started helping us over at Portal to Hope, which is the partner program serving Everett and neighboring communities for 23 years, but as an alderman, through the help of Joanne D'Amato, who's here in the audience, who also is, we have something for you, Joanne, as well. Again, another person who we have to bring into the council meeting to recognize you. But through your connection and working with us as an alderman, a lot of people don't realize that. And then at the DOR, in that specialized unit that you were in, where the then alderman, David Rigucci, your colleague back then, was, still is, would refer people to us. And so what happened was, by the time Alderman Rigucci became mayor of Everett, we were seeing an average of 30 people in our support groups at the time from Everett alone. That's significantly high when you consider that the number of people who generally attend our support groups are around 6 to 12. And from there, Mayor Rigucci, with former police chief James Rogers, created Evaporate Violence in order that we could have a one-stop service site at the Everett Police Department. It is an award-winning organization that has served over 5,000 people since its inception here in 1998. So that's thanks to your help. Over 2,300 of those cases involved children, minor children, which is certainly to the heart of the mayors whom we've served with, and as is every person. We couldn't do it without the support of you all as our elected officials and community leaders. But certainly, I can't thank you enough for all that you did for us, and we never want to forget the people who have supported us over the years, and there is no way we would have ever have been on the radar in the way that you catapulted us to those heights. We're leading Everett to be recognized for Evaporate Violence by the United States Conference of Mayors for achievement in improving city livability in Everett. We were featured on a national talk show that came out to visit with us and recognizing the program as being the leading law enforcement program of its kind, not just in Everett, but in the country. So, so I wanted to give you a dust collector. And because, again, it's so important that, we recognize you. I actually have more pictures for you and some letters that I'm going to give to you, but this is when that was some number of years ago. So, and you still look the same. I don't get it,
You're
So.
too kind. Too kind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure, do you want to grab,
Show you.
you want me to read it?
Sure, if you'd like.
This is a recognition, which is an honor, to the Honorable David Rigucci for visionary leadership. It's an award in which we recognize his innovative leadership 20 years ago. The date's wrong because, again, you were supposed to receive this last year, but for the significant impact that you've made in helping us to serve people whose lives have been impacted by domestic violence. Oh, thank you again.
Keep up the good work, Deb.
Couldn't do it without you. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good luck.
Are you sure I like to hide? I need to go to the wellness program. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know how you guys do it up here. It's so hard. Thank you. realizing the time, just very, very quickly, I wanted to, I have more pictures. I'll share them with you. No. If you, Mayor, I'm going to get to you in a second, if that's okay, because I know you wanted to probably say a couple of things, unless you know. But if back when former police chief and Mayor Ragucci helped to create Evaporate Violence, there was a police sergeant at the time who now serves as our wonderful police chief. That's Police Chief Stephen Mazie. And a lot of people don't know all of the gut work that we do, and certainly, again, we could not do that without the help of the Everett Police. It is an absolute privilege to be able to work with the members of the Everett Police Department, and we've certainly seen a number of tragedies over the years, unfortunately, due to domestic violence crime, and also a woman who was killed by her stalker. And I had mentioned down the hall a few minutes ago that where people don't know the mammoth work that's being done. We had a stalking victim here a number of years ago, and she was murdered by her stalker, and the Everett Police did a significant amount of work in trying to help her, along with Evaporate Violence and Portal to Hope, the partner program, and Lawman Johnson, in fact. And everybody's forgotten that not only did our department help to provide the support and safety, safety around the community, safety measures in the community in the aftermath of that horrible tragedy, but we also helped to create legislation and helped to promote the legislation up at the Massachusetts State House, which actually effected a change in the law, which is now known as Sandy's Law. We partnered with the families in trying to help create those additional safety measures. And that's to... these are things that probably couldn't be done necessarily elsewhere, because we do have such a wonderful department. And it's just something, it was a vision that worked well, that was acclimated there. Again, where we had a police sergeant who went and on his own went ahead and pursued funding, and therefore working with Mayor Ragucci and creating the program. And certainly your dedicated, service to us, Chief. You get called to do everything with us, which is quite unfair to you, knowing your schedule. We really appreciate all your dedicated support and advocacy, and you and Chief Rogers are two of the #1 chiefs of police for the work that you're doing in the cause to end domestic violence. So, thank you.
Do I have hair in that picture?
You still have hair. That's the Sergeant Henry G. Fallon Award picture.
Nice. Very nice.
So, and this is your 20-year service commitment, actually.
Holy cow.
It's really 21, but just thank you so much for
thank you.
for your help, Chief.
All right.
Couldn't do the
You
work
great
without
work.
you.
If everyone doesn't know, the work that goes in behind the scenes is it's a lot. It's not fun work. It's not fun work. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes by people like Deb and other volunteers that work with victims. And unfortunately, family violence, relationship violence is it's something we see all too often. It's I hate to say it, it's we consider our bread and butter because we see so much of it. But people like Deb work with us and some other folks to try to help at least reduce the recidivism and to help people and give them ways to cope and get out of bad relationships. So everything they do is phenomenal, and it makes our job a little easier. So we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Chief, let me get this photo. I don't know how you guys do it up here. It's so hot. Katie. Thank you. So, we would never have been introduced to the community here in Everett in the way that we were if it wasn't for Joanne D'Amato. So Joanne, if you don't mind coming up, it's important that we do this because you were our first connection here, again, to the then Alderman Rigucci, and have been a consistent supporter and worker at Portal to Hope, actually, for more than 20 years. From your days at Nazareth Academy, actually.
Yeah, my
So
good old days.
this is a 20, again, 21, but 20-year service commitment. Thank you so much, Joanne. Look at this. We found this.
Wow, we,
That out.
awesome, thank you.
How many years you've been involved?
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We love having you on board, too.
Well, I enjoy it, thank you. All right.
Thanks, Florence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just wrapping up, because I know, Mayor, you probably want to talk about the walk a little bit too. We couldn't do the work, without you all over the years. Again, some of you having served here on the council, formerly the Board of Aldermen for so many years in supporting us, and we're so grateful for it. Where we have suffered tragedies, people who have been murdered at the hands of people whom they loved, I just wanted to share something with you that I also shared earlier. People are quick to reach out to us at times of tragedy when someone's been murdered and ask us to do a vigil or ask us to do something in that moment. That's not the time for us to be doing something alone then. We need the help all the time, every day. It doesn't matter whether you're helping us to promote the services tonight, whether you come out to support our candlelight vigils that we run throughout the year here in Everett, or whether you're volunteering down at the police station with us or elsewhere. The work that we do is something we want to effect as a preventative measure, not something in the moments of tragedy. Of course, as a survivor-driven organization and being a survivor myself, I understand the warmth and the need for people to extend comfort and compassion in those moments. However, it's the help that we need on a regular basis, in whether it's in your neighborhoods, putting together a coffee hour for us to let people know, to promote the No Tolerance for Abuse initiative that Mayor DeMaria has, or again, getting involved in a walk or another activity, because this community is very active in the cause to end domestic violence on a small scale. We need a larger scale of support. So in a way, as we're leading into October, which is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we kind of want to challenge people and invite you to come on board, get to know the work that we do, and walk alongside us and those survivors who are struggling through domestic violence. And not forget about them. We don't want to just remember them when they're not with us anymore. We want to remember them in every moment, such as in the last 10 minutes, for which an average of 9 people have been harmed that we will know about, who have been harmed by the crime of domestic violence in this community alone. We have had such great advocates in you. Certainly Everett City Government, the police department, the school system, and your team is absolutely phenomenal, whether it's Kevin or Dolores or Mike. everybody has just been really terrific to us, Mayor DiMaria. And, you know, you, as you said, kind of follow in the steps of Mayor Ragucci in trying to help us to adapt to new community needs. You know, whether it's the legal aid program that you've supported or the increased shelter services, we've been able to increase the number of people going into emergency shelter through your help, Mayor DiMaria, and that's critically important. So we're averaging about 52 people a year, thanks to Mayor DiMaria and the Mayor's Office of Human Services support. This is this is an activity that you came out to us with. I think the chief's in the background there too, but
Thank you.
and I think Millie's in the background as well. So,
Yeah.
but Mayor, this is 20. It's you're again 21 years. Says 20, but 21 years service commitment, also from having served on the Board of Aldermen
Thank
and then
you.
here. We really appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, it's another dust collector. But
take a
it's
picture?
okay. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Take it right there. You good there?
Thank you. 20 years is a terrific milestone, so I want to thank you all for all your support. Before I exit, thank you so much for all your help and for your patience tonight.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Deb, I just want to just say to you and your volunteers, the volunteers of Portal of Hope and Evaporate Violence, can you just raise your hands? I know, can you actually stand up? Can you actually stand up? Thank you. Thank you to all of you who volunteer your time and donate your time to help our residents. And as many of you may know, I lost my cousin some time ago, just recently this year, to a domestic violence matter. She was tragically killed by her husband, and no one knew in her family. And that's the unfortunate thing, is most women do not speak about it, outside their home, what's going on in their home with their partner. So I think it's up to all of us to really work with our friends, to ask those questions that may be uncomfortable of a friend that may be in a tough situation, to get those facts that you may need. But I just want to thank you, Deb, and your team for everything you do for the city. For me as mayor, I said it earlier when Mayor Ragucci started this program, and I think Mayor Hanlon continued it. I think for us it was a no-brainer to continue the service, and the members of the City Council who have always been there to support me, if it's fine, to help this group. I want to thank all of you, because you're all very instrumental in ensuring that our residents feel safe. I do just want to let people know on Saturday we have a walk scheduled for Acelia. Registration is at 8 a.m. and the 7 a.m. Registration is at 7 a.m. and the walk begins at 8:30, and then we have a barbecue after that. We actually have a 50-50 going on, and all the proceeds will go to the Portal to Hope and the Scholarship Fund and the Kiwanis organization. So it's the Kiwanis, Portal to Hope, and the City of Everett it's hosting this event. If you can make it, we'd love to see you there. And there's also an event in October for domestic violence, and I'll get that on my Facebook page. The date is October 3rd. October 3rd. So whatever support the community can give us to help end this terrible problem, or at least give us the resources that we can put people into shelter, men or women into shelters and families into shelters to get out of a terrible situation they may be in. So I want to thank you, and thank all of you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Council Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we suspend the rules and take items 1 through 10? Sure. I withdraw the motion. Is there?
I'm sorry, yep, we still have, before we begin any public hearings and obviously the swearing in of the fire department, we do have another citation. Councilor DePiero would like to come up with President Della Sola.
We do have one more person to congratulate this evening, and that is the Chief of Staff of Senator Sal DiDomenico, Christy Ghetto Young. Recently, she received the National Staff Achievement Award from the National Conference of State Legislatures, which is a big deal. It's a national organization. It's not just us picking someone that we like. It's a national organization that recognizes the knit and grit work that staffs in the legislature do. Us all being in politics know that your staff makes or breaks you, and having a good staff is instrumental. Christy is a huge help to all of us here. Every time we call the senator's office to get something done, she gets it done. She helps our residents navigate the bureaucratic system at the State House and throughout the Commonwealth. And she's one of the reasons why Senator DiDomenico is such a star on Beacon Hill, because she's his backbone and she does great work there. And we're all extremely lucky to have you by our side as well. So, Councilor, do you have anything? You good? Senator, do you want to say something before that?
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be in this chamber. I've had many, many proud moments in this chamber, and tonight we're going to add to that very proud moment. I'm very happy to say that my Chief of Staff, Christy Ghetto Young, who we all know is a rock star without this award, but this award has shown the rest of the country the kind of person that we have in our home state of Massachusetts. And she just received recently the top national award, the top national award for Staff Person of the Year in the entire country. And that is really a testament to her and to her work ethic and the kind of person that she is. And to add to that, this is the very first time that anyone from our state has ever received this award in the history of this award. And I'm proud to call her a very close friend. Everything that we do in our office runs through Christy. I make the speeches, she does all the work. And everything that we've done in terms of education funding for the city, breakfast after the bell, wage theft, the hazmat funding that we get every year for our fire department goes through Christy. And she was also the architect and the chief writer of the Kids First initiative, which is a blueprint that we use for the entire state of Massachusetts and how we interact with all students across the spectrum, not just with funding, but also services and all that we do for our kids. So Christy is a rock star. The governor recently honored her for this recognition, the state senate as well, and we all flew to Nashville on August 4th, as our team did. We all flew down to Nashville together to honor Christy, because she deserves it, and she is a star among stars. But I have to say, as the senator for this city and a resident, you have no better ally than Christy Ghetto Young by your side. She fights for Everett like nobody else at the State House. She knows our community, she loves our community, she understands our community, and she knows the needs of our community. And to have someone like that working hand in hand with me, and she's really my partner up at the State House. She does all the work, and she's really the person that gets the job done. So I want to thank her for all her work, and thank you for honoring her tonight. And the fact that we have someone in our midst of getting a national award is a testament also to our own community. She brings honor to the city of Everett as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll read the citation before we give it to Christy. It says, "Be it hereby known to all, the Everett City Council in his honor, Mayor Carlo DiMaria, offer their sincerest congratulations to Christy Ghetto Young in recognition of receiving the National Staff Achievement Award from the National Conference of State Legislatures. The entire city government extends its very best wishes on this memorable occasion and express the hope for continued good fortune, given this day by the entire Everett City Council." Congratulations, Christy.
So by nature, my job is really behind the scenes, so I'm a little out of my comfort zone here. But I really want to say thank you. Before I started to work for Sal, I had never been to the city of Everett. And it's been such a pleasure getting to know the city, and especially all of the people who are really working to make this community even greater. I was lucky to find Sal when I wanted to go work in the Senate, because I've spent most of my career working for children and families, and I found someone who also had those priorities. So I want to thank him as well. But thank you very much. I'm very honored, and I really appreciate this.
Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we suspend the rules and take items 1 through 10 collectively?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Just so the audience knows, we're just going to briefly open this by state statute, and then we'll go right into the promotion, so it won't be too long. Item number one, items 1 through 10, Mr. President, are hearings offered by Councilor Richard J. Delasola Jr. as president. One is a petition for, they're all petitions by Extenet LLC for permission to attach small cell antennas along with all required equipment and fiber for its operations to an existing utility pole in the right-of-way on public ways or ways. The first one is for 642 Broadway. The second one is for 537 Broadway. The third is for 431 Broadway. The fourth for 493 Broadway, Ferry Street, excuse me. The fifth is for 275 Ferry Street. The sixth is 180 Ferry Street. The seventh is 445 Ferry Street. The eighth, number 8 is 132 Union Street. Number 9 is 301 Main Street. And number 10 is 141 Chelsea Street.
Councilor Capone.
Motion to open public hearing?
Second. Do we have a representative here?
So,
Councilor Marchese.
just one moment. So I think we're just going to open them and hold them, Councilor, so we can take the promotions, and then Ms. Ferranti can come up after if someone would make the motion to open it.
So motion is to lay on the table?
We're going to open them first.
It's already been moved to open.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
No.
Counsel Capone.
Motion to lay on the table?
Second.
Items 1 through 10?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you. And now the items 11 and 12. Counsel.
Can you read item 11 and 12 on the agenda, please?
So moved.
Item 11 and 12 are taken collectively. Mr. President, there are orders offered by Counsel Richard J. Delasola, Jr. as president. Item 11 is that the Everett City Council hereby approves the promotions of Private Richard Collins to lieutenant and Lieutenant J. Lewis to captain in the Everett Fire Department. Item 12 is that the Everett City Council hereby approves the promotion of Walter Sikora to captain and Salvador LaRusso to lieutenant in the Everett Fire Department. I would recommend that we just vote them separately.
Favorable action number
on the
11?
orders.
On item 11, Counsel Capone.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel Matusky.
Yes.
Counsel McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
And President Delasola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item 12.
Favorable action on number 12?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel DePiero.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel Matusky.
Yes.
Counsel McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
And President Delasola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so passed both orders.
Congratulations.
If any of the family members want to come and take pictures, we're going to do the lieutenants first, then the captains.
Pray a little silence, please.
can have the captains come up now. Same thing if any of the family of the captains would like to come up and take some photos, and then be ready to pin also. Yeah, give them a second and we can start the meeting. We can always check before the end of the meeting. Now that the chamber's cleared, we'd like to go back, Mr.
Council Capone?
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we suspend the rules? Actually, take items 1 through 10 off the table.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. 1 through 10.
Take it easy, Lynn. Okay. So we still have the 10 public hearings before us. The petitioner is in the audience, Ms. Ferrante, if you'd like to have her before you.
Motion to come before us.
Council Capone?
Yep.
Motion to have the petition come before Council.
Motion, Ms. Ferrante.
Yeah, Rosanna
Motion, Ms. Ferrante, come before us, please.
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Okay, is that on?
Just slide it up on the middle there. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Thank
All
you.
right. Oh, good evening, council members. My name is Rosanna Ferranti. I'm here on behalf of Extenet Systems. I know that our city clerk here, Sergio, has read the 10 applications we have before you. I'm not sure what the pleasure of the council is in terms of proceeding, in terms of if you'd like an overview of the company and our plan here in the city of Everett, or how would you like me to proceed?
Council Matusky?
Thank you, Mr. President. Miss, I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
Oh, Rosanna Ferranti.
Miss Ferrante, okay. In the past, we've had petitions come before us regarding these antennas. What is considered a small antenna?
A small cell antenna?
Do you have a sample with you?
A sample like the actual antenna?
Yes.
No, I do not have one on me. We could refer you to the various locations that are built that you can go and visit.
Have you seen these antennas?
Yes.
How big are they?
Yes. It's a 3-foot antenna.
3 feet.
Mm-hmm. And a small cell, typically, they can go into various structures, but it's the right-of-way where we seek locations for small cell antennas. And so it's a 3-foot antenna on the top of a utility pole or on a street light.
Okay. And my other question is, we've had other petitioners here, as we all know, that some of these devices emit some kind of radar or some unhealthy hazard. Is that going to be the case with these?
I wouldn't characterize it in that exact way, but the FCC does regulate the wireless emissions, I guess is probably what you're referring to.
The emissions,
and so, yes, there is a standard that the FCC regulates all wireless providers on.
So do these devices emit that kind of a...
They do emit emissions, yes.
Okay. And who does this service? This is my last question to Ms. Ferranti. What is this, a phone company or a cable company?
So let me back up a little bit. So Extenet is a wireless infrastructure provider. So they have various clients. They have Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. In this particular case this evening, the project is related to T-Mobile, but they can provide the infrastructure for various different providers.
Well, just my thought, Ms. Ferranti, and to the members and to the President, we've had some petitioners, and I wouldn't want one of these in front of my house, I have to tell you that. And I wish from now on that any petitioner would bring a sample of these devices that they're going to put on top of poles in this city, would bring a sample of what considered a small. I've had calls from all over the city about things the size of refrigerators going on top of poles. On Elm Street, Abbott Ave. And I go by, and Mr. President, we're voting for these, and they're telling us one thing, and there's another thing on the pole. So with that, before I vote on any more of these petitions, I want to see what this device looks like. And I want to know what the health hazards are to these devices. So with that, and I appreciate your information, Ms. Ferranti, but I want to see a physical 3-foot. I want to know how wide it is. And as I said, I wouldn't want it in front of my house. I got enough to deal with in my neighborhood. And I don't need radar or whatever it emits affecting my quality of life. And that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do believe that there may be some small cell locations already built in Everett. So we can certainly work, with the city, but that are from other carriers. So I think you do have some that exist today that you could visit and see firsthand exactly what they look like.
I got Councilor Napolitano and Councilor Hanlon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Does Extent have any existing cell sites in the city of Everett at this time?
I don't believe at this time, not small cell.
Okay, but these are going to be enhancing T-Mobile's network?
Correct.
And there is existing T-Mobile network cell sites in the city?
Correct. So this is an extension of existing. Basically, it's providing for. What happens is there's so many people using data, phones, computers, such that it really jams up the pipes, for lack of a better term, and so you need other cells like these small cells to offload what's going on with the bigger sites.
Yeah, we're all aware of various dead spots in the city, and this is in play to kind of relieve some of that?
It's all, well, not necessarily just dead spots, but just spots where people, I'm sure most of you have noticed the spinning if you're trying to load data in certain areas, and that's because there's just too much capacity getting pushed through in a particular area. And so these small cells offload, right, and allow for that service to continue seamlessly for customers, because most of us as customers want that seamless service, and we do not want to be spinning or dropping calls or dropping, the ability to use our phone.
Yeah, my former job, I worked very closely in the cellular industry. So,
Okay.
I can see that you're developing a network pattern here with these streets interconnecting so these can relay off of other
Correct.
sites. Okay. And the emissions that are generated by these sites, these are all regulated by the FCC, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about radar, which is a high energy emission.
No.
We're talking about low emission sites?
Yes.
Okay, so, and
we comply with those standards.
And the cell site actually just generates a small general area, and the signal gets passed on to the next site as you go through that. So it's not individual antennas generating a high level of energy
Correct.
to create a network. It's small energy networks that
Interconnected.
allow us to interconnect. So it's the greater whole that creates the network, not the individual units.
Correct. So what's happened is typically how coverage or the evaluation of an area, service area works is engineers, they look at the data, they look at how well the service is performing, and then they find areas where they're finding issues, where it falls below acceptable standards for customers. And so then that's how they create and identify areas to build out additional infrastructure.
All right, so I think it's just important that the public knows that these are low energy pilots. These are not things that are creating high energy radiation threats. And what radiation or what energy that is emitted from these devices is regulated both by the Board of Health and the FCC.
Yes.
For public safety.
Yes, the licenses of the providers are at risk. They have to comply.
All right, I just want to make sure that the public's getting accurate information.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Hanlon, then Council McLaughlin.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Were you here before?
I was here a couple years ago on behalf of a different company.
Okay. I understand that you were here doing another kind of a service for us and everything.
It was a small cell back
Okay.
A couple years ago as well.
So if this is a small cell, what we're putting in here, there must be large cells. Is that right? A good assumption?
So
No, not from you. I'm just saying that there must be large cells.
So basically there's existing locations here in the city now that are called macro sites, which you see on buildings. Maybe you see them on a tower. So those are your large macro typical sites that you probably are more accustomed to. Small cell sites have just been coming along over the last couple years. And then again, these are meant to offload those big sites. So instead of going bigger, now everything's getting smaller and closer to the user. Because of the amount of data, it really is driven by customer usage, is why the infrastructure needs to be there.
Usually the people that are coming in asking for these things are putting these units on the top of poles.
This is going on the top of poles, yes.
That doesn't look like what it's looking at your diagram here. Looks like it's going much lower on the poles.
So we have street lights, and then we have wooden utility poles.
Yeah, so I'm looking at one here, and it shows, existing conditions, but I'm showing the yard arm that goes out. That's the yard arm that it's holding the
light.
No, the lights are the flags that we have in the.
So which site, I'm sorry, just so I can follow you, which site, which address?
I'm on page 3 of 6 of the first group, I guess.
642 Broadway?
Don't know.
Five 537?
537?
642 Broadway.
Okay, 642, okay.
I'm
I
looking
got
at
you.
this here. Yeah. It says in the front, 642. Anyway, that's the one I'm looking at.
Okay.
All right? And as I look at the chart, I see the yard arm going out to the left.
So that's the light.
That's the street light?
Correct. Yeah, so so what you're seeing here is there's the original design on the left, which is the existing.
Okay.
Okay, and with the existing, there's a certain design to the light, and then in the proposed, to actually be more energy efficient, which we can definitely, we can go back to that design, but this design that we have in the proposed is more energy efficient, and so the light is actually going straight out instead of having the curvature.
Okay, but this unit now is the thing that's going to go on the top of the pole.
So what you see at the top
Okay.
is the antenna.
Okay. What are the items that are on the bottom of it? I see like 3 items that are on the bottom of the pole.
So that's where the
No, I'm
equipment.
sorry, on the lower part of the pole, not the
Correct.
bottom.
So that's where there's the various pieces of equipment that allow the antenna to operate.
Okay. I need really magnifying glasses to read that print.
I actually brought a larger set of plans if you'd like to. This might
You
be
can leave
just
it-
easier.
Leave it for us, yeah. that
Yeah,
would be
of
good.
course.
Okay, so, and the other thing now I want to ask is, so that's the difference that you told me. Who are your customers, really?
So-
Do you have customers, or are you just generally broadcasting out over?
No.
everywhere?
So again, for this particular network of sites that we're presenting, it's for T-Mobile customers.
Okay.
So people who use T-Mobile phones will benefit from it.
All right, so if that's what you're giving us, what about the other companies that need the same kind of a thing? Would they be coming in afterwards looking for the same thing?
So I believe that you have seen other companies come through, or yes, they would.
We have, and I don't know the names of them, but they've come in with like one pole. I mean, you're asking us for one pole, but you're coming in asking us for 10.
So actually, that's why I think it would be that's a great segue for me to give you an overview that we're actually not even coming in for just 10, that we're actually coming in, we have 41 locations.
Already?
No, not already, no.
Okay.
41 locations that we have planned out for the city of Everett across the city. And so these 10 are the first 10 that we are presenting to you.
So you're going to come in for 31 more?
Correct.
Okay.
And so it really is a network plan. So it's not just a single one-off node that we are looking to place here. And it is an investment in the city and the infrastructure here.
As Council Matusky indicated, there's some sort of radiation that's coming out of these things, although you said there's not much radiation. Is there some sort of a spot in here that tells us how much is coming out of that in this plan that we have?
So I don't know if it's on these plans, but we we can provide that. We do comply with the standard, and
Yeah.
so we're happy to provide whatever you would feel comfortable with, a report on that.
I would like, I don't know if it's going to pass this evening, but if it doesn't, I would like to see that. Okay.
Of course, yeah.
By the time we get
No,
to our
and
next meeting.
that's standard.
Okay, and I think that's about all my questions. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank
and
you.
like I said, if you'd like to see, this is.
Yes, you can leave
They're
that-
not huge, but they're far bigger
Well, I
than
just
what
need
you
one.
have.
Can you just leave one with us?
Yes.
Okay.
I have Counsel McLaughlin, Counsel Capone.
Mr. President, Mr. President, are these new petitions in front of us this evening? These have not been before us before, correct?
No, they're new.
So, in fairness to our time, I believe that we should go to committee with these because I think it's a long-standing conversation that we need to have. As Ms. Ferranti just alluded to, there's 31 additional locations. They should bring all 41 locations, have either a committee of the whole or a committee on government operations, whatever committee we decide, discuss all 41 of them as a whole and be able to ask our questions in depth, because I think we could be here another hour this evening asking questions on these 10 antennas, and then we're going to be back for 10 more or 30 more in the near future at some point in this coming year. So I would I think appropriate is to make a motion that we refer this to committee in lieu of time and invite Ms. Ferranti back at that time to answer additional
That's up to the
questions.
colleagues. We have 4 other speakers unless they want to send to a
We
committee.
still have to hold the public hearings at least, so if you got sufficient information to at least hold the public hearings, then you can refer this to a committee, just in case there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak.
Councilman McLaughlin?
My only question, Mr. President, is if we're not going to send it to committee, then I'm going to ask my questions. If we so choose as a body that we refer this to committee, which I think is appropriate, then I won't ask my questions this evening, and we can wait to do so in committee. So I just failed my colleagues. I'm not sure if they think it should go to committee, but
Anybody want to?
public safety, government operations? Okay. I'll yield the floor to my colleagues.
So before we move forward, we do have to hold public hearings on all 10, just in case anyone in the audience is here to speak. So if we could take it, excuse her, take the 10 public hearings, and then make our motion for government ops or whatever, please.
Thank you very much.
you.
Mr. Chairman, before we excuse on the motion to excuse her, I mean, again, some of us do have a few other questions we'd like to ask of her, which may weigh into that decision. I think it's only prudent that we be allowed to ask those
Okay.
questions before the vote's taken.
No problem at all. Council McLaughlin, you're all set? We'll go to Council Capone, then Council Florio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to our invited guests, I do remember you. So right now, you've got 10 before us. That's all we're looking at. T-Mobile, I think is the network you said. And how many cities are these units in? Yours?
Oh, they're all across Massachusetts.
So it's pretty prevalent.
Yes. Oh, yes.
What is the closest location, the closest city to Everett that we could actually go and see one in person?
An actual Extonet T-Mobile
Yeah.
site. I'm not sure. Yes. Maybe Revere. So we can get that information to you.
Okay, that'd be great. And as far as these locations, is there a priority among the locations? Or
Not necessarily. And so
Okay.
that is exactly my point in bringing up the total number that
Yep.
we're proposing, because I think it is prudent to look at the whole picture
Yeah.
so that you can understand how they're interplaying with each other as well. And I think from an efficiency of time, kind of ask the questions
Sure.
at they may
Okay.
overlap.
And are these units going to be exclusively T-Mobile? Is there even the most remote possibility that other carriers may be able to utilize some of the signals?
I do not think this is neutral host at this time. I
Okay.
don't know if you can.
Okay.
So, if technology changes in the future.
Okay. And as far as it doesn't seem with the move to a committee, it doesn't seem like this is an extremely time-sensitive thing. Obviously, from your perspective, sooner than later.
Of course it's
However,
time-sensitive.
it wouldn't be, a delay would not, cause a significant problem, would it?
So there are FCC guidelines in terms of the amount of time that this should be heard and determined, and so that is a 60-day time period.
Okay.
I'm not sure when the next committee meeting is, so
Yep.
that still may be within that window
Would that be 60 days from?
from the time we applied.
Application
Yes.
or compliance with whatever the conditions and concerns are with the community?
I believe it's application applied.
Okay, all right. The reason why I say that is we do have a couple of different things that are sitting on our desk tonight. I want to make you aware of them. One of them is a proposed form agreement with regards to what right-of-way. There are small wireless facility rules and regulations that we're going to be looking at that's later on our agenda tonight. And then we have some other items. So I think that before we can intelligently vote on your request, we need to do a lot of work internally. So I just want to alert you to that.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that
Understood.
while we're trying to do that, we're not going to cause you any undue difficulties.
So like I think, like I said, there is a 60-day
Okay.
window. However, I don't know when the next committee meeting is, so if
Okay.
it's within 2 weeks.
And
you know,
the final question I have for you then is, if we're looking at a 60-day window, if we were to come back and look for additional time, would that be in compliance or not? That might be out of your realm.
That I would have to speak to my client about.
Okay. And then the follow-up to that is, if we don't have the information we need at that point in time, but we are required to act, and postponement isn't a viable alternative, if we were to deny the application, I think, if I'm not sure, this might be to our clerk, is it a year before they could re-petition?
Yes, but they also can take corrective action. too.
Sure. Okay.
And so it's in our best interest to act as a partner with the city.
Sure.
So we will work
Okay.
closely with you on figuring out how to make this work.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Council Florio, and then Council DePiero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was this given to us by the
Petitioner.
petitioner? I don't know about anybody, but how can you vote on something that you can't even read? That's number one. Number two, you're going to have, this is T-Mobile, which I'm a T-Mobile user, so Verizon coming up, Sprint coming up. How many, are we going to have an intenders on every pole in the city of Everett? What's the city of Everett getting out of this?
So that's an agreement. So that there is an agreement that we actually provided, and I don't know if there's
Yep,
a couple
we-
forms of
the-
agreement that you're reviewing, but there is an agreement to enter with the city, and there is like a fee that's paid.
We're looking at a mutually beneficial
And when something goes wrong
mitigation
with these,
agreement.
obviously you maintain them, not the city, is that correct?
Correct, right, the equipment, the antenna equipment, yes.
But we really have to do a study and see what other cities are doing, because I can't see, you can't give it to one and not the other.
Yeah.
So every phone has a problem. It's not just T-Mobile, it's Verizon, it's Sprint. They're all gonna be coming in, and I know we're all phone users, and we don't want our phones to go slow, and I get it, I understand that. So obviously, sometimes you get stuck because you say, well, you know, our kids have to do homework, our computers have to go on. But how much radiation is really coming out? A little bit, a little bit, a little bit, I think adds up to a lot. So I think this should go to committee, and I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, I'm sorry. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council DePiero.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Ferrante, for appearing, but I'm going to reserve my questions for the committee meeting, so I'd like to move that we excuse our guest.
I said one more, I have one more speaker.
If
If
we're all
no
going
one
to
else,
sit there and ask questions, it should just go to committee, Mr. President.
I said, I have one more speaker. If no one else, everybody spoke once, Napolitano wants to speak again.
Thank you. First of all, when was the application date?
I believe is August 30th,
August 29th.
29th?
So it's 60 days from August 29th?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many T-Mobile customers reside in the city of Everett?
I do not have that information.
Could you provide that to us? Because obviously, it's important for us to understand, too, how many of our residents are affected service-wise by this, and are going to benefit from this, as opposed to, if it's a small number, then I can appreciate some of the concerns my colleagues.
So I can
If it's a
speak
fairly
to, yeah, I
significant
can,
number,
I'll need to speak to,
then
yeah, I'll
we're
need to see.
supporting this,
Okay,
the
I will.
services to our constituents.
I will take that back and see what we can do with that.
Very good.
But I
Thank you.
appreciate the concern.
Thank you.
May I
Thank
ask
you.
a question? Oh.
You may.
Oh, thank you. So what I would love to do is be as prepared as possible for the next step here, which sounds like the committee meeting. And so if there's a way for maybe this will come up when you review the ordinance and after that discussion, but if there's a way for me to have some type of list of this is what we would like to see for the next meeting, that would be very helpful just for everyone's efficiency of time. Or a list of, concerns, like I've heard a couple things, but if there's anything else that comes up. And to your point, Counselor, regarding the size and not being able to read the plans, I'm happy to bring in a 24 by 36 size for each location. So that's fine. And so that's a good example.
Even if you want to email it also.
Well, if I email it, then someone has to print it out on the big paper.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
okay.
Council Napolitano, you will. Councilman McLaughlin, do you have a question, or you want to go right to?
Mr. President, just one quick comment that if we do have questions, maybe we can issue them to our Mr. Mangan, and that he can relate them over to Ms. Ferranti. Maybe we can try to do that before the week is over, so that we all are on the same page, as Ms. Ferranti just said, so we can come back here, have the one discussion, and we can move on from topic. So maybe we can all agree that by the week's end, we will submit our questions to Mr. Mangan, and he can relate them over or through our clerk,
both of us,
and
that's fine.
they can relate them to Ms. Ferranti, but maybe we can make that agreement that we'll do it by the week's end, so that we're all on the same page at that point.
Councilman Marchese.
Just a quick question, is it going to public service, is that where it's going? Okay, so,
Public safety?
all right.
It's up to your wish, the floor. Council Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this affects the entire city, and there are only so many people on that committee. I think it's going to be a better use of time if we did a committee of the whole, then anyone who had questions could come and ask them. And I think we should be inviting the guests to that committee, and that way we could go over everything that night.
Second motion. Seconded.
So, let's...
To go.
Yep. So I...
Special meeting.
If we take action on it, we close these pieces, so please don't take action on this yet. Please excuse her and
Exactly.
let us
And then
open the
have the
public
open
hearings.
public hearing.
Don't take
Excuse
final
with
action.
customary thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We still need to hold
Thank
the
you.
public hearings.
Thank you.
Yep, they're already open.
So now you have
We
to
just
ask
need to
3
do
times in
it
favor.
for each one. We're going to do it for each one, Mr. President. So this is for item number 1, 3 times in favor and against. Yeah, we have to do it that way. I know.
I'll start with item number 1. Is anybody in favor of number 1? Anybody in favor? Anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed to number 1? Anybody opposed? Third time, anybody opposed? Close that on number 1.
Read them all. We'll open and close each one, and then you can refer them as one big group. Does that sound right?
Council McLaughlin.
Mr. President, on the motion, I'm not sure that we should be opening and closing these until we have further information. The residents at home may want to ask a question or have their voices heard on these once further information is heard. If we close these public hearings tonight, public hearing is closed going forward, correct?
Public hearings closed. This body always can allow someone to come and speak.
But if we don't close it this evening and we leave it open, the public will have an opportunity in the future to be able to stress. Because I remember when we had some down the village last year, residents came up and wanted to speak once they got more information about them.
We've never left it open. I don't feel comfortable with it unless I got a ruling that we should. But I've never seen it in the 12 years I've been in government. So we always act on it one way or the other. So like I said, the public always has the right as long as you allow them to come and speak at a public participation or even on a piece. It's up to this body. They just can't do it as in the official public hearing, if that makes sense.
Okay, we'll continue. Number 2 on the agenda. Anybody in favor of number 2? Anybody in favor? Third time?
We're doing each
Anybody
one
in favor
individually.
on number 2? That part is closed. Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed on number 2? Third and final time, anybody opposed? Number 2 is closed. Continue to 3. Anybody in favor on 3? Second time, anybody in favor? Third and final time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed of 3? Anybody opposed? Last and final time on 3, anybody opposed? 3 is closed. Go number 4. Anybody in favor of 4? Anybody in favor? Anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? Last time, anybody opposed? That one is closed. Go number 5, right? Yep. Go number 5. Anybody in favor of 5? Anybody in favor? Anybody in favor on 5? Favor is closed. Anybody opposed on 5? Anybody opposed? Last time, anybody opposed? 1 through 5 is closed. We'll go on number 6. Anybody in favor on 6? Second time, anybody in favor? Third time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed on 6? Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? 6 is closed. Go on number 7. Anybody in favor on 7? Second time, anybody in favor? Third time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. On 7, anybody opposed? Anybody opposed on 7? Final time, anybody opposed? 7 is closed. We'll go to number 8. Anybody in favor on 8? Anybody in favor? Third time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed on 8? Anybody opposed? Third time, anybody opposed? 1 through 8 is closed. We'll go to 9. Anybody in favor of 9? Second time, anybody in favor? Third time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed on 9? Anybody opposed? Third time, anybody opposed? 1 through 9 is closed. The 10th and final one, anybody in favor? Anyone in favor? Third time, anybody in favor? That part is closed. Anybody opposed on 10? Anybody opposed? Third and final time, anybody opposed? That closes 1 through 10.
Move to close public hearing?
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. What's your pleasure on 1 through 10? Council Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just because of the limited number of people on that committee and the significance of this issue and clearly the interest of the membership, I request that we refer items 1 through 10 to Committee of the Whole, invite the petitioner, invite someone from our legal department.
On that motion, Council McLaughlin.
Mr. President, on that motion, I would second that, but I would ask respectfully that we do not do it on a Monday night right before our city council meeting, because I think that this is going to be a lengthy discussion that we need to have on this, and I do not want this to be something that we only have a half hour or an hour time-wise. Whatever we need, I think it's important to the residents that we know what's going in front of their homes or in front of their businesses, and we do it on a separate night than the council meeting.
Do you want a special meeting for this?
I think in Committee of the Whole, but it's on a night that isn't a...
Yeah, we could always do it on a Thursday or next Monday
Correct.
night. Correct, on our off night.
Okay. Council Hanlon, do you have a question? Council Hanlon?
No, I was just going to say that I think the proper place for it would be in the committee. And I'm not opposed to the Committee of the Whole, but if it does go to the committee, I would request that every councilor is invited to that committee and invited to speak as a member, just for that one time. Rather than going to the Committee of the Whole, because don't we have to do more announcements for the Committee of the Whole?
No, if we do it because we held the public hearing, we didn't keep it open and refer it to a place and date certain. So, no, we're okay, we're in compliance with the law.
I'll give it to him, okay. So
Before we do the motion, Council Simonelli?
If it goes to Committee of the Whole.
Is it going to the committee as a whole?
Yes, that's the recommendation.
Okay, recommendation is, Council Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you for Councilman Simonelli. The reason why trying to put it in the committee as a whole, sometimes in the committee meetings, we don't have a quorum. The council members had other commitments. As opposed to a committee as a whole, we're all invited, and now if you don't come, it's up to you all. And that's the rationale behind it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Florio.
We have committees for a reason. Okay, so if I have questions, I'm going to send my questions to the public safety where this belongs, wherever you want to send it, I don't care. We'll send our questions there, and we'll watch it on TV, or we'll watch it when we have time on the computer. That's why these meetings, I was the one that brought them forward to be televised, and you could watch them on the internet. So you can watch the meeting, you can see the questions that are being asked. You might have 10 questions. By the end of the meeting, you may only have 2, because those questions have already been asked. We have a lot of intelligent people on this committee, and they ask intelligent questions. So I believe it should go, that's what the committees are meant for. You can't always do a committee of a whole. Every once in a while, it's great, but not on items like this. Important items, yes. I mean, this is important, but everything is important. Give it to the structure then. Give it to the regular committees. So I don't believe it should go to a committee as a whole. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
No, what's the motion?
The motion is, excuse me, no. Excuse me. Council Capone had a motion for meeting of the whole.
To go to committee?
Excuse me. Yep. The motion was Council Capone had a meeting of the whole, correct?
No.
Council?
We
Well,
do
we
have
to go
two
by-
motions on the table.
Yes, we have to go by the motion.
I believe Committee of the Whole would take precedent as the first, because it's the entire membership. That's the way our rules would work. Committee of the Whole would be first. If that does not vote in favor and it's opposed, then you can go to the next vote. But I believe there was a second on both. That's how I read it. So, but Committee of the Whole is first.
So we'll go committee of the
Yes,
whole.
yeah, right.
That was for next Monday night, correct?
Oh, we're going to try for next Monday night, but just, the request was definitely not to have it on the same Monday night as a meeting, was the main request.
All right, so the motion on the floor is meeting of a whole,
Yep.
and we had a second.
Yep, so it's just a referral, all in favor, Mr.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, we do a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Thank you.
One moment, please. Okay. To refer this to Committee of the Whole, Counselor Capone?
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio?
No.
Counselor Hanlon?
No.
Counselor Marchese?
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin? Counselor Napolitano?
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli?
Yes.
And President Della Sola?
Yes.
That would be for 6 yeas, 2 nays. You have so referred all items 1 through 10 through the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, is that a date certain?
Not yet.
We haven't a
There
date
is no
yet.
date certain yet.
No, you'll be notified.
We will be notified. Correct, that was the main request.
Right.
And now
We have
we
Counsel
we
Capone
open
has the
public-
floor.
Open public participation?
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes, the ayes have it.
There are no speakers, no one that signed in on public participation. You can ask the audience.
Anybody in the audience want to come up and speak on any issue?
You can close it now.
No, that part is, excuse me. Yes, come on up, please. Just state your name and your address, please.
Oh,
No,
just
when you
come
come
up here,
up.
to the mics.
My name is Joe Giannino, and John Hanlon knows me, and pretty sure he knows why I'm here. I'm here because I'm thoroughly disgusted with code enforcement. Do any of you people have any problems with them?
No, you could comment to us. We can't, we can't respond to your questions.
Well, look, a year ago, I filed a complaint. Peter Sikora and Michael Mastrocola came down. I filed a complaint for overgrowth, okay? They inspected it, and the overgrowth was out of this world. Here's pictures of the overgrowth, how it was a year ago. 15 feet high weeds and whatever. The fellow that owned the property evidently got sick, so they were going to do a yield, file a petition or something to have the city take care of the problem. Okay? It ended up that the city didn't take care of the problem. The owner of the property got his own people to do the work on the property, okay? The owner told the people that were going to take care of the property to leave 5 feet of the overgrowth along my fence. The overgrowth is one big nuisance in that the overgrowth is, at that time, was like 8 to 10 feet tall, okay? They took care of all the other overgrowth except for 5 feet along the whole fence. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And we had 2 directors come down and inspect it after they did the cleanup. And I'll show you a letter Did, that they gave me, well, not a letter, but, I can't find it. But they gave me something, okay? It was a joke. It was a joke. We're paying all this money for code enforcement, and we're getting, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what other people are getting, but this is terrible. I can't see how you people can put up with so many people in code enforcement taking care of other people than the people that filed a complaint. This is ridiculous. And the lawyer, who is Keith Slattery, sent me a letter that is utterly ridiculous. And I mean ridiculous, from what he states in his letter.
Sir, if you want, Mayor, from the chair, if you can give us the information, leave it with the clerk, and we'll look into that in the morning.
I
'Cause
will
we have-
definitely give you all the literature.
Thank you.
Is that all you want me to say?
Well, we have
I think I said enough.
I think we know what the problem is, and we're going to see what we
Yeah.
can do. But
And
we'll give
I
it,
would hope that something gets taken care of.
Okay. So
Because
we'll take that
this is
information from you.
ridiculous.
We'll take the information right now, and then we'll bring attention to the mayor's office first thing in the morning.
Well, I got so many papers here, I don't know what the hell want.
Go see the clerk. Oh, no.
This is ridiculous.
If there's no other speakers, we'll close public participation.
We can, Council Capone,
wanna make copies?
just suspend the rules and take the recess.
Council Capone? Yes, I did. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. We're going to go to number 36 on the agenda, once the clerk is ready.
Let's go. Yeah, it is. I won't say it. Showing your age on that. Good.
Okay. All right.
You get the meeting?
Yes, okay, well,
I'm sorry, we have to.
We'll
buy
have
our
somebody-
law.
we'll have
Continue
somebody
the meeting.
contact you in the
Can
morning.
Did you leave all the information? Okay,
yes, you give him a call in the morning and we'll take care of it.
thank you so much.
I'm not rushing you out, but we will.
Why do we pay these people for doing nothing?
That's it, thank you.
Well, now you people should be happy too. Somebody has to be.
Clerk, could you read number 36 on the agenda, please?
Yes, I can. Item number 36. Mr. President, is a order offered by Council Richard J. Della Sola Jr. as president, that the Everett City Council hereby approves 605 Broadway LLC as a special exception for 605 on Broadway under Appendix A, Section 6A8, special exception. This is a piece left over for questions.
Council Capone, Council
And the
Marquez.
petitioner is here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Could we have the city solicitor before us?
Motion made to have the city solicitor come
All
before
in
us.
favor?
Aye.
All the ayes have it? We all know who you are, just state your name,
Good
please.
evening, Colleen Mejia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Capone?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to our solicitor. Madam Solicitor, you see the piece here. I know that it's not something we typically deal with. Could you explain specifically why it's in front of us and what we're voting on?
In the zoning ordinance, when a developer comes with a mixed-use development with, I think it's commercial and residential, after the developer gets any necessary relief from the zoning board and planning board, the city council has to approve the mixed use.
Okay, I don't have any other questions for the solicitor.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes, I have no questions for the city solicitor. If anybody has some, I'll yield to him.
No questions?
Well, actually, I do have
Oh,
one
Counsel Capone again.
I'm sorry. So if we do not vote favorably on this tonight, what happens to the petitioner? What happens to this?
I think that part of the zoning ordinance requires approval from the city council. I
Okay,
don't
so
have the
then
actual ordinance
the
in front of
developer
me.
would be back at square one to try to figure out what they're going to do.
Right. I believe I believe that he received all his planning board and zoning board relief. So
Okay.
that part is all done.
Okay.
This is, to me, more of a formality, I guess.
Okay. All right, thank you.
He has the right to appeal.
Thank you, Counsel. No other questions? Excuse our guest. Counsel Marchese,
Yes. The way I'm voting tonight is no reflection on a gentleman that's building this place. The work that he's done in the past has been excellent work. The problem I have here is we're in a tight enough city and we're allowing something to go through with no parking. And that's my issue. We have no parking because there's bus lanes. We have no parking because there's bikes in the sidewalks taking park. I don't understand what the thinking was on this. And I know the project will be great. The kid's done great. He does great work in the city of Everett. But I have a hard time digesting this here. First of all, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but we tore down a house that's over 100 years old. We just celebrated 125 years, and we're tearing houses down. I mean, if I saw something that was an addition onto the same property, that probably wouldn't bother me with some parking. But I have an issue with the parking, and I'm not sure what the square footage is for .22 of an acre. Is it about 10,000 square feet? Is that right?
Approximately.
That's a lot. That's a lot on one area. And like I said, no reflection on the gentleman doing this job. I just have a hard time digesting this one. Thank you.
Counsel Florio and Counsel DePiero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going over what the board has written over here, but I'd like to hear from the petitioner. I really have some questions, and I want the petitioner to come up here and tell me what's going on. So if my colleagues would agree, if we could invite the petitioner up, I do have.
Second the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Just state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Greg Antonelli.
Turn that on.
Good evening, Greg Antonelli, manager 605 Broadway LLC.
Counsel Florio.
Okay, now, you have 5 two-bedroom apartments, I see that, the apartments aren't really huge though, right? I see that they're small apartments, from what I can see right now. I haven't basically studied the whole thing. Now, the stores underneath, the retail space, how many spaces do you have there? 1 or 2?
There's one retail.
One retail.
One retail space.
And what would be used, I know you can't anticipate what it's gonna be used for, because you never know what the rental's gonna be, but what is it?
I anticipate some sort of a food business, coffee shop, sandwich shop, something with, not much night hours, between like 6 a.m. and 5 p.m.
Well, it's like no nightclub, okay?
No nightclub,
okay.
outdoor seating, sidewalk activation, umbrellas, tables, chairs, night lighting, flower pots, something to try and liven up the Broadway.
The area, Broadway,
Yes.
right, okay. All right, and the other question I have is, you have mostly one-bedroom apartments?
Mostly one bedrooms. I think there are 5 or 6 twos.
Right. Okay, I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Counsel DePiero, Counsel Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Mr. Antonelli. How many units in total?
18.
18. So where this has already been through the planning board, and this is before us as more of a formality, if this to get knocked down, even if you decided not to do mixed use, would your number of units go up? Or
Well,
what
to
would
be
you
frank with
envision?
you, after what City Solicitor Mejia said, I'm not really exactly sure what would happen. The retail component might be out, but the residential component would still be in. So we may end up looking at an empty storefront or an empty space. This project has been before the ZBA twice, not once, but twice, and gotten relief on both occasions. This started about 20 months ago. Most recently, the last 8 months, it was cleared of all necessary city approvals and relief. If it doesn't get approved tonight, then, I guess we'll just build a building with residential units and no storefront. The main priority, I think, the city would like to see, or the city's vision is that they'd like to see some outdoor seating. They'd like to see new buildings. I heard what Councilor Marchese said. The building was 100 years old. Unfortunately, it was in deplorable shape. When was the last time anyone saw a building on Broadway get knocked down and a new one get built up? I can't remember it. I'm 40 years old. I want to say it has to be 100 years. They're doing this in every city and town in the Commonwealth, but more in a 5-mile radius. We are miles and leaps and light years behind every city around here. There's all new developments going everywhere around us, hotels, buildings, residential units. I know the city is loaded with traffic. Every city around here is loaded with traffic. I don't disagree with Councilor Marchese, but unfortunately, it's a fact of life, and we have to deal with it. There's traffic going down Broadway, down every street. I don't think this building is going to add or help or add to any of the traffic issues. I'm looking for relief, or I'm looking for a permit tonight, strictly on the retail component of this project, nothing to do with the traffic, the parking, or the residential component of it.
Thank you. And like I said, my concern is if the mixed use isn't approved, is that the parking will be more of an issue if there's more units there. I'm the youngest member of this board by a few years, and I like to think of myself as a forward thinker, and I want to see mixed use in the city. I want to look towards the future, and I want to see a business, vibrant Broadway, and something like this does that. I understand the councilor's upset with the house not being there anymore, but what's done is done.
That's the parking.
What's done is done, and more units without business space is just not what I want to see in the city. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Napolitano and Councilor Capone.
Thank you. First of all, I want to, let you know I'm a proponent of mixed-use property. I know tax-wise it works out much more advantageous to 100% business usage, or in the case of a residential. The concerns I have with this is, if I understand this correctly, and I realize that we're voting on the business side of this, but if I understand that with 18 units, there's no parking for those residents, and there's also no relief for them to be able to get stickers to be able to park on any of our streets.
Correct.
How are you going to prevent any of your tenants from deciding to buy a car and dealing with that?
Again, it's one of those things. When you tell somebody that no dogs are allowed in an apartment, no dogs are allowed. People with dogs aren't going to rent.
Yeah, but you can't tell a resident they can't have a car. That's illegal.
Again, when they show up for an interview for an apartment, and I tell them there's no parking, you can't get a sticker, they either chose to rent the apartment or they chose not to. This is a hold this building. I'm not selling this building. I'm building this to keep it. I'm not building it to condo it. This is something that is going to stay with me.
And I'm not looking to try to make it more difficult for an Everett resident to develop a business in this. But unlike my colleague, I've been around this block for a little while. I remember the development down on Vine Street, which was originally sold as condos. When they couldn't condo it, it went to something else. When they couldn't go that, it went to Section 8. It's nowhere near today what it was originally sold to the city as what it would be, and we're dealing with all the problems that go along with that now. The families that are in there, the increase in the schools. There is always a cause and effect on any of these, and when you have 18 units, which will probably, I would assume you're probably going to have anywhere from 35 to 50 residents in those 18 units. Is that a fair assumption?
So you make valid concerns and valid points.
Well, I'm just asking the question. Is that
no,
a fair
I would
assumption?
say no, it's not a fair
So
assumption.
how many people do you think?
I would say closer to 27, and you're concerned about, this building that I'm building is going to have little to no impact on school population, little to no impact. Another comment I'd like to make is that when somebody proposes a mixed-use development, something such as this, as small as this, I'm building this myself. I don't have equity money, insurance money. This is a risk. I'm taking a retail component, and I'm putting it on the first floor on Broadway, which, let's be frank and honest, everybody knows that it's not much thriving business in this city.
No, I support retail development the way you're presenting it.
Let me finish. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a guaranteed monthly apartment rent, and I'm taking that out, and I'm inserting a risk. The risk is a retail component. Somebody's gonna go spend $250,000 on a build-out for some sort of food or some sort of a service business. And now, if they feel they're out the money, I'm out the rent, and we're back to paper in the building. Now, me being the type of person I am, that's the furthest thing I want or probably gonna let happen. So, the idea and the intent was not to say, oh, let's just shoot from the hip here and let's put something, a retail component. No, that's the vision I feel that the city should be looking for. That's the vision I have. I want tables, chairs, umbrellas. I don't think there's gonna be 50 people there. I think there's 12 one-bedrooms. So even if half of them have 1.5 people, that's 18. And there's 6 two-bedrooms, that's 12, that's 30 people. Not 35 to 50. It's probably 24 to 30 is the number.
And my concerns are if half of those people decide within the next year or two to buy cars, you've contributed to the traffic issue in the city.
Correct.
That's my concerns. Okay, it's really, I just wanted to just make that point. But thank you. Like I said, I completely understand the situation with mixed use. I've been in business banking. I understand how that works. I support that. I think we do need a larger increase of commercial spaces. But turnover of commercial spaces is just a fact of life. So yeah, people will spend money out to outfit a space, whether it's a brand new location or a space that's vacant down on Main Street. They're going to spend the money. Succeed or fail, the risk is all theirs. I understand that. My concern is how this even got by with the potential for even a third of the cars that we're suggesting could potentially come on our streets. That's an increase with no way to relieve those residents. I have a tenant right now who cannot get a residential sticker. Well, I don't have a space for her off-street. So unfortunately, she gets tagged constantly. That's the situation that's going to potentially be here for any one of those residents that decide to purchase a car down the road. And granted, that's their risk. But my concerns have always been that what we get proposed, and a lot of times, does not turn into what we expect it to be. But again, I'm asking questions because I'm trying to get a better feel for this. I wasn't at the ZBA meetings to get a feeling of why they granted this relief. It just seems like an awful lot of residential units with no way to provide parking. And if every one of them that rents it relies on the transportation on Broadway, that's fantastic, because fortunately, you're in a good location to be able to take advantage of that. But unfortunately, people are people. It doesn't, what you rent and what they end up doing is not always the same thing.
But you also know the repercussions are if they park on the street, they're going to get a ticket.
Right, they are.
And because those guys are out ticketing every single night, and there's no let up with that. So if
that's my point. That's also the same point I'm trying to make. Just because we're tagging them doesn't make it okay. It still congests, takes away legitimate parking spaces from residents who've been here for a while, and it puts more wheels on the street. And with more wheels on the street, we're contributing to the traffic flow to a city that wasn't designed for the type of cars we currently have, let alone. So I'm just voicing my concerns. I'm not sure how I'm voting on this yet. Again, I know your reputation. I have no problems with any of that. Those are not the issue here.
I understand.
I just don't understand how the zoning board approved so many units with no means of being able of parking or means for them to be able to get any kind of parking. That's what I don't comprehend. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Capone and Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to our guest. How you doing, Greg? It's kind of an awkward thing. First of all, as been echoed by everybody else, you do a quality job when you do constructions, no issues or concerns there. It's just the scope of the project. The funny thing is, we're only voting on it just simply because it's mixed use. If this was all residential, you wouldn't even be here. It's all be done, probably be getting built, and that would have a bigger impact on everything. My concern is, as far as parking, I think you do have parking associated with the commercial side, right?
None.
So there's none?
There's no parking.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, I've been pretty consistent. I've spoken at all Board of Appeal meetings about growth in the city. We need to have growth, but we have to have controlled growth. If we expand out too much, I worry about the impact on school department, all that kind of stuff. And when you have a one-bedroom, I mean, we'd like to think that logically it's going to be an individual or a couple, but it's not that hard to believe that a child will be moved in and go from there. I also have concerns, and none of these concerns are you. It's just concerns about a policy position. I'm not so sure we can enforce that parking ban. On one hand, it's a contractual element. You contract with the renter says, yep, no car, same like you said, as far as no pets, and maybe it holds up. Some point down the line, the individual gets a car, but now they come to the city and they're looking for a sticker. So now they get into litigation with the city saying, well, they said, well, you negotiated with your residential contract, no car. But now you're starting to limit their ability to get around, you start getting into that. I think it's problematic. And that's not you, it's a position from the city. And I'm a little concerned with that. So I have to tell you, I'm not sure I'm going to vote on it, because by not approving the mixed use, it's going to go back to full residential. Not to mention, let's not lose sight of the fact that you've put a lot of time, effort, and money into this. Sure. So that's not lost on me. If we were not to approve this, it goes full residential, you leave it vacant, you're a smart businessman, you're not going to leave this vacant. It would probably turn into more residential. It's going to create a bigger problem. So my concern is not with you as much as the policy this year. That's my concern.
May I speak?
Absolutely.
So I want the board to think of one thing. And when you're not voting on this project or any project, take the parking component out of this project. If I had 40 spots here, would you be voting, I'm not asking this, it's a statement. Would you be voting for the retail component? You'd say, most of you would probably say yes, because that's what we want, that's what we're looking for. The board is not voting tonight on a parking issue.
It's mixed use.
The board is not voting tonight on an apartment issue. The board is not voting on the project as a whole. The board is voting on one component of this. Yeah. It's the retail component. Do we want to see retail or not? I apologize, and I understand everyone's frustration for the park and the congestion. Right. I understand it, and I live it every day. I go from one end of the city to the other end. It takes me 35 minutes. I feel it, just like everybody else. But the board tonight, we are voting, or I am looking for relief on a retail component of this project only. No relief for parking, no relief for apartments, no relief on the project. So again, I'm not asking, and I'm not looking for a response, but if this project had 50 parking spots, 9 out of 10 would probably say, yeah, this would be great. We're going to get a coffee shop, we're going to get sidewalk activation, we're going to get people out there with computers, on their phones, on their laptops. This is what we're looking for. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
One final question. If it weren't to pass, what would your plans be? Would you look at the project again, maybe just go all residential, or?
No, I would just leave the space vacant.
Okay.
Laundry units there.
Okay. Right.
I have a lot of time, money, and resources invested in this.
Yeah, I know you do.
So this is really,
okay.
This is ready to go. This is shovel-ready right now. It would have been shovel-ready 6-8 weeks ago. I let the school department use access to the parking lot at the Powell Inn.
Okay.
So, I'm on the clock right now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let Councilor Hanlon speak, and then Councilor DeFlorio and Councilor Marchese for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. What part of the building, or any part of the building, going to be built out to the sidewalk?
It's set back 15 to 20 feet from the front.
So it's set back 20 feet?
It's set back.
And what about the commercial business?
The whole building is set back 20 feet to allow for the tables and the chairs and the umbrellas.
Well, you had mentioned chairs and tables, and so will that be in that 20 feet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DeFlorio, Councilor Marchese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I originally looked at the last meeting, I was more concerned about, even though I know we didn't have a say, 3-bedrooms apartments, what it would do to our schools, okay? I have nothing against the retail, because if you go up and down Broadway, everybody that has retail space on Broadway and has apartments, there are no parking. That's just the way it was. That's just the way it is. It's always been like that. So, unfortunately, as long as it's 1-bedrooms, we make all this noise even about the casino and the traffic. Traffic is actually better. I can get it to Boston better in the morning. So we don't know the problems until it's too late sometimes, unfortunately. But to me, I would rather have the retail underneath with the tables. I think we gotta stop looking at things like Boston does in Somerville. The city's changing, you know? Whether you like the change or not, unfortunately, that's what's coming. So, but that was the only reason why I sent it, is because I was more concerned about the 3-bedrooms apartment. So I have no problem voting for this tonight.
Thank you. Council Marchese?
You know, after rethinking what I went through about this, all it is, the things are gonna go. I know he's gonna do a good job building it. My problem is where it came from. It's not Mr. Antonelli, it's the board that allowed something to be built without considering the problems we have in the city. And I think it's just a bad example of what you could see in the city. You're gonna see things show up everywhere with no parking, and that's what you're gonna see. Unfortunately, the precedent is terrible, and I'm not gonna deny him from building that building, and I will vote for the project, you know, and I just hope he does a great job on it. You know, I know he'll do a good job, but I just don't like where it came from. I think they dropped the ball in this one, and that's how I feel. And we got we got the end result where our hands are tied about doing anything. But that's it. Good luck there.
Thank you.
Bye.
One more speaker, Council Simonelli?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Councilman Simonelli. Up and down Broadway over the years, we took 2- and 3-family homes and put storefronts and everything else. Is it because this is a new building? Maybe you should make a perimeter around the rectangle and have it 2 separate units, one for residential and one for retail. I mean, we've been doing this in the city of Everett for over 100 years. Now, we're talking about parking, which is not a particular problem because it's going to be rented to 1 or 2 people. We should really think about what we're doing. 100 years we've been doing this. And now, all of a sudden, the petitioner can't get his retail store in his apartment building.
Council Matusky for the first time, and then Council Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Antonelli, the city of Revere, I think it's Yeaman Street, just approved a project similar to this. Do you have information on that? Regarding the people that are going to, it's similar to this, with people, they're going to rent to people with no vehicles. Do you know anything about that?
I know.
I mean, you must have heard
I know
about
about it, yes.
And they approved it in Revere.
They approved it in Revere.
And it's close to bus stops.
Close to bus stops.
This project is right on a bus line. And, you know, the blue bikes are there also, and the green ones too. This project would be approved without us. This is the first time, I've been up here for a few years, this is the first time I've ever seen anything that we actually have to approve after coming from the other boards. But it wouldn't be here tonight unless we want the storefront, is that it?
Correct.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. President, I kind of like the idea of something decent on Broadway with umbrellas, landscaping, and it says right in the, that you're going to do quite a bit of landscaping, curb appeal. I mean, there's some buildings that were built, like on Ferry Street, that condominium, right on the sidewalk. Hello, you know, I don't know how they got away with that. And that's not the only property. But yeah, you're a developer. You've done some nice buildings, you know. I don't know you that well, but, you know, I know you're a quality person, and you know, you have a lot of commitment to the city. So I think that I'm going to vote in favor. And I was unsure tonight, Mr. President, but, you know, there is something to be said for people. There are more and more people taking public transportation, and then Uber. I had my niece came in from California last week. I said, well, you want to use my car? Right? Oh, no, I'll take Uber. You know, I mean, it's a different planet we're on now, but, you know, I think that I'm going to vote in favor because of I like the idea of a cafe type of situation. You know, I really do. And I believe you, Mr. Antonelli. You seem like a reasonable person. You've been in business. You're one of the biggest developers in the area. Although Florence Street Park wasn't so great, but, you know, I'll be honest with you. I mean, everybody's patting you in the back. What a great job you do. But 4 years on a park down the street, I could have decided to vote against that tonight. But I'm not going to hold that against you. But the truth of the matter is, You know, let's be honest here. This is what happens up here. You wouldn't do that. 4 years is a long time.
I agree.
All right, so I'm going to vote in favor. Thank you.
Councilman Napolitano.
Thank you. First of all, unless anyone has other questions, I'd like to excuse with customary thanks.
If there's no more questions,
There you go.
thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to be supporting this. Mr. Antoni makes a good point. This is about commercial mixed-use property. As much as I don't like what was decided by the ZBA about the parking, I think that's a separate issue that we as a council need to address, because as this city continues to get more congested, if they're just going to go in there and just grant parking, this problem's not going to get better. It's just continue to get worse. And 20 years ago, I heard your uncle make the same comments about if we don't address this issue, it's just going to get worse. So, I mean, again, this is not anything new. But again, I don't think this is anything that we should be holding up this developer on. I think the mixed use is a good way to go. I think we need to see more of it on Broadway. I'd love to see the buildings in the square have more mixed use, so some of the owners in those buildings who cannot rent those second and third floor spaces because of lack of handicap access could at least get some residential revenue out of those properties and cut their tax rate down. So I'm going to vote for I'm going to motion for favorable action.
Second.
Call for the question.
And call for the question.
Call for the question. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel DePiero.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel Matusky.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
And President Della Sola.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay. You have so passed the order.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We still have a sign-in sheet with some department heads and some other individuals. So if we could take item 31 next would be the request.
Could we suspend the rules, take item 31?
Take 30, second. All in favor, take 31? All opposed?
Ayes have it.
Ayes have it.
Item number 31, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Council Fred Capone that a representative of the Mayor's Office in Community Development appear at the next council meeting to explain the terms of the contract with Blue Bike and to discuss proposed locations within the city. Mr. Monti's here.
Council Capone.
I don't know if the council wants to have community development in front of us. They did spend some time on the phone. It's courtesy to him. If you want to have him up here, we can. I can kind of summarize, but it's whatever the body wants to do.
Summarize
Blue
it.
bike.
We're on 31, the blue bikes.
I don't, no disrespect to community development.
Yeah, he's been here.
Okay. Why don't we have Mr. Monti up, and then maybe I can try to streamline some of it for you.
All in favor, have Mr. Monti up?
Yeah,
Ayes have it. Just state your name and position, please.
Jay Monty, Transportation Planner.
Council Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Mr. Monti. We spoke on the phone, and I think, if I remember correctly, in terms of 3-year term, there was an upfront cost. There was some grant money that helped greatly reduce that. We do have right now a contribution on our end for the city. The hope is that within an 18-month period or so, it'll get to the point where we no longer will carry that.
Right.
There's been some discussion about trying to relocate some of the locations to try to take less of the impact of the parking, try to move it away from residential, especially that one where it was in the middle of the handicap spot. I think that was the majority of the concerns. I mean, my concern, as I expressed to you, is that, and I know at the time that this went through, you were not aware that the administration had said that the body would be involved with locations of bike racks. So that's how things kind of happened, unfortunately. So there was some frustration on the council level because we weren't involved with it. We got some input from the community with where they were, parking spaces being taken, et cetera. So that was the gist of our conversation. I think that was the majority of my questions. I'll leave it to my colleagues to ask anything else they might have. My concern was and is and remains that I don't think the city should be subsidizing it. Someone's making a dollar somewhere. I don't think the city should be subsidizing bikes, bike racks, things of that nature. I think it's a good thing for alternate transportation. We're trying to get cars off the street. I get it. But I don't think that we should be subsidizing. I think that private company should be more picking up some of that and going from there. And then the concern with just location of spots, parking spots being taken, et cetera.
So also, I had a great conversation with Councilman McLaughlin before this meeting also, and one of the things we discussed was, going forward, because we do want to expand the service, and we do want to, there's areas of cities aren't covered today we would like to cover, and we have private developers coming that wish to site these on their property, which is great. But where we do have these, we're going to have issues where we're going to have to either choose between, are we going to take a parking space or are we going to take a piece of sidewalk? It's not going to be easy. And so, I'd love to work with you all to develop the process. When we get into those tough situations, how do we want to proceed? We want to make sure we do so in a way that keeps the system, usable and workable and useful given our investment in it. But it will be good, I think, to hear your input when we're in that situation. Whose space do we take? Whose frontage gets the bike rack, and because we won't always have a volunteer, I guess is the point. Not something we have to answer today, but just something that I'd be happy to work with you on in the coming months as we think about expansion.
Okay, thank you, and I'm going to relinquish the floor to my colleagues if they have any questions.
Thank you, Councilor. I got Councilor Hanlon and Councilor Marchese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions really are not coming from me, although I'm going to be asking them. They're coming from the people that I've talked to and everything. And, we woke up one day, we found blue bikes all over this place, some on the sidewalk, some on the street. A lot of them think you're taking up parking spaces that we should have, so they don't like them on the street and so forth, So the question is where did they come from? And we had no knowledge they were coming, not even a rumor. They just appeared.
No, so we did actually announce that they were coming several times in the months preceding, and there were several articles in the Everett Independent, and we pushed it on Facebook. We didn't have the exact locations down until the very end because it comes down to, we knew at some point in the month previous we published in the Everett Independent, we're going to put one roughly at, Everett Square and roughly at Main Street and Tyleston Street, or, we had rough locations, and it came down to the end when, the crews went out there and had to figure out where they're going to fit something that's 45 feet long by 6 foot wide, and start finding all the gas gates and the curb cuts and the trees and the things that you didn't realize were there. And, fortunately in those last, moments, we were forced to kind of put them where we didn't always want to put them. And, they're not permanent. They're not there forever, and they can be moved. Some of them will come up in the wintertime. So there are opportunities to kind of do better the second time around. And so, I say, again, that happy to work with you all to do it right. As long as we have a process to do that and do it fairly, and I think that's where we want to head.
But who put them where they are? Was it you? Was it the city?
It was, we took the advice of the company that operates them. They obviously have a rubric to determine what is a safe, a way to place it, where can you place it dimensionally. So as I said, we picked out the general areas within, a couple of blocks, and they came out and said, okay, well, we've looked at these blocks here and there, and here are kind of the options. And in most cases, there was one option because there were too many other obstacles to build around. So it was a combination. We did ultimately have to approve the recommendation. But
who is the company?
So just to clarify, we actually own the bicycles and we own the stations.
So we what?
The city owns the bicycles.
City owns the bicycles.
And the stations. So this, if you go around Boston or Cambridge or Somerville, you'll see blue bikes, around. It's a municipally owned system. So what that means is while the city owns the infrastructure, the physical pieces of bikes and stations and things, as a whole, as a group, the 5 communities that are members of this system contract with an operator to operate the system. That operator rebalances the bikes. They deal with the fare collection. They deal with the memberships, any ad revenues, any piece of operating the system. They take care of on behalf of the 5 communities that are their members.
I understand that. So we own the bike. We must own the stands.
Yep.
Do we own the repair? Is that the repair?
Yeah, we own some replacement parts. We don't own the facilities where they do the repairs or where they store them. That belongs to the operator.
Is that the company that's going to fix them if they break down or someone?
But we do, we did order a package of replacement parts, whether it be a new wheel or a new handlebar or whatever would be required.
Because I've never even approached a stand, how do you pay for the use of the bike?
Yeah, so it's a little bit different than the Lime bikes. The Lime bikes were nice because you could go on your phone, sign up and take a ride.
I've never used one of those either, so I don't know.
The blue bikes are a bit more of a a membership system. So while you can do individual rides, the bulk of riders and bulk of rides taken are done through a membership. So you might get a monthly membership, you might get a yearly membership, and that then entitles you to ride a bike whenever you want, and you're allowed a 30-minute ride between stations. So you can ride the bike for 30 minutes, you have to return it to a station, but once you return it, you can take another bike for 30 minutes and keep going and do so on an unlimited basis.
Okay. So we realize some of the profit then, correct?
What's that?
We realize some of the profit on the sale of these?
Well, so, it's not I wouldn't call it a profitable system, right? So it's like any other public transportation, whether it be the bus or the train, or, even driving, for, quite honestly, it's not a profitable, we don't make money. So we pay for the infrastructure. Right now, we are paying some of the costs to actually operate the system.
Okay.
And what will happen over the next, 12 to 18 months, as Fred noted, as we grow ridership and we demonstrate that the system is self-sustaining, we will no longer be, paying that operating cost. And that's what's happened in Boston and the other communities that have had the system for several years now.
Yeah. Seeing that the city owns, I was involved in some of the ownership of it. Have we set any rules or regulations as for the operations of these bikes?
In terms of how somebody may operate them on the street?
Well,
or?
I mean, like going 15 miles an hour on the sidewalk, downhill, through people.
I mean, they'll be subject to the same.
Which I've seen, by the way.
Yeah. They're subject to all the same regulations that any other bicycle would be subject to. And of course, you're going to have folks, whether you're in a car, whether in a bike, or walking, not everybody obeys the rules. And we realize that. But they're treated as any other vehicle, bicycle.
I would like to see a set of instructions given to these partners, so they know how to
and they do have some.
And one other thing, can you make a comment on these scooters that we have? I know, because they're dangerous. I see people flying on those faster than the bikes, and older people.
Yeah.
I mean, my age, I see them, we'd have nothing to do with that, right?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Marchese, Councilor McLaughlin.
Is it me?
Yes, it is.
Oh, one quick question. Who receives the revenue from these?
So the operating company collects the revenue.
Yep.
That goes back to covering the costs. And
Of the repairs?
Right, so any repairs, any things like that.
Yep.
We would pay for, if there's a part that's to be replaced, say a station gets hit by a car,
Yep.
Then the city has to pay to replace the station. But if it's regular maintenance, if it's just regular upkeep of the system, that falls on the company to do that.
Is there a chance that we can receive any revenue that'll offset our, now, we have an obligation every year, obviously, to this, right? Does
Yeah.
it decrease, or is it going to be the same size?
So the goal is to decrease it, and I believe that will happen over the next, year to 18 months.
Yep.
It really depends how you want to structure the system. We took a role where, obviously it takes resources to, with advertising, let's say that they have advertising kiosks on the stations.
Who gets the kiosk money?
Well, so this is my point is, depending on how you structure your agreement with the operating company, we, the city, could collect it and then pay off the cost of operating, less the revenue from the ads. We made the decision that as given the resources we have, we can't be going out and knocking on doors looking for advertising. We're not set up to do that. So we've placed that role with the company to take care of all of that, and then that's reflected in the price that we pay. So is it possible that, yes, if this was wildly successful and we had the resources to manage some of these components, yeah, it's possible you could conceivably make a
How much
profit.
did the bikes cost originally, cost the city? I thought there was a couple of donations there from.
Yep, yep. So total of the system,
About $500,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's about $500,000. So we have about $150,000 from the Mass Gaming Commission, and we have another $150,000 from Encore.
Okay, so next year, now everything is bought and done.
Yeah.
What does that fall to?
So right now, we're paying $7,000 a month to operate. I'm anticipating that in a year we will be not paying nothing to operate.
You think that'll cover that, the whole fee in another year or so?
Well, part of it too is that we have competition in the form of the dockless bikes, the green bikes.
Are they still around?
They are, but they won't be for probably in about 6 or 8 months. They're going to be gone.
So is that the end of our obligation with them?
Yes.
Yep.
So part of the operating fee that we pay to Blue Bikes was given that they're in a competitive market, they felt that they needed to be compensated for that.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's a great
Yeah.
thing. I just don't like the locations. I don't know why we couldn't. Glendale Square, and I'm not going to go on further, but I'm just saying, like Glendale Square, you have stopped the old Walgreens there. Why couldn't he put it somewhere in there?
We would love to work with property owners to find places off the street to put these. I hate putting them on the street. I'll be very clear.
I mean,
hate
that
putting them
one on
the street.
Ferry Street's horrible. The one down by where I am, it takes about 4 or 5 spots. But I'm not going to reiterate.
Oh, I agree. And so I would love to have partners who might be willing to host one. The Walgreens has a big parking lot. Yes.
How
by all
about that
means.
little location between the gas station there? It's a public street. Why can't they put a retaining wall there and just fill it in and level it all up?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that hard. There's enough construction going on. You can probably fill it up in a week in the city.
Yeah.
There's plenty of room.
Yeah.
That's something they should think
So,
of.
I will say, we have 12 stations. Of the 12, only 4 are on street. We made every effort to not put them on the street when we could, and we ended up with 4 that we had to put on the street. So that's not to say if somebody can step forward and provide a place for them, I would gladly.
Thank you. I'll yield to one of my...
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor McLaughlin, Counselor Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a couple of quick questions. Jay, I do appreciate our conversation this evening. It was very informative, and I appreciate you working collaboratively with the residents and business owners along Main Street, which we talked about tonight. I was really happy to hear those are in the progress of getting worked out. What happens come snow season?
Yep.
These stands that are permanently installed, are they going to stay? I know you said there's only 4 on the street.
Yep.
So
those 4 will be removed without question. Those go away sometime in November. We'll come pick those up. And the advantage of it, too, is if we decide that those on-street locations are not desirable going into the spring, that's the perfect opportunity to find another location.
So they're going to come off the streets in November?
In November. The remaining stations, part of the contract with the operating company stipulates that they actually are going to come out and clean the snow off of those stations, so they will operate through the winter. It's a wash. You can pull them off the street altogether, and then you got to pay storage fee. You got to pay the fee to remove it and the fee to put it back. So when you compare that against leaving it and keep them open, keep them serviceable, some folks will ride in the winter, not a lot, but the overall cost to keep them is actually lower than pulling them off. And so as long as they're safe to use and the snow's been cleared off, that's a preferable.
So just to explain something real quickly to me, I don't want to really get into shoot that. You take so it's different than line bikes, because line bikes, you can drop a line bike anywhere, end your bike ride, and it's over. Because I've rented line bikes many times over the last couple of years. Blue bike, you can only end your ride by reload it into a dock station, correct?
Right.
Because there would be a major concern if you can dump these blue bikes and they're going to stay for the winter, because then it becomes objects in a snowstorm, in a blizzard, and tough weather conditions. There was one down on Spring Street in the stadium parking lot on Spring Street for a significant period of time, and it was mangled. It was bent. I don't know if a blue bike.
Okay.
So what happened with that incident? How did that? Do you know that incident, Jay?
So what does happen occasionally is people do steal blue bikes. It happened. It's not. I think in the total system of thousands of bikes, there's about 150 right now that are missing.
Okay.
Throughout the cities of Cambridge, Somerville, all that geography. One of the reasons it's a membership system is to people to track who's taking the bike out, because if you don't return it, you're charged a whole lot of money for not returning the bike. But somehow, occasionally, people do figure out ways to steal these things and they dump them. And in that case, what we've done and what I've done even personally is you call Blue Bikes, you say, I see a bike of yours that's sitting on somebody's porch, and I've done this, and they send the guy out in about 2 or 3 hours, and the bike goes away, and it's the property of the city, right? So you want it back. You don't want somebody.
Sure. Yep. No, and it's good
yeah.
because I did happen to go through one, and it did get picked up. So that's how that process worked, and it was good that it worked that way. I just wasn't sure how it would be end the bike ride and be dumped on a lawn of the stadium if that was. But I understand a certain circumstance that. The 4 that are going to be removed, are they going to be stored on our property? Do they go back to a housing unit?
They go back to a warehouse owned by the same warehouse where they do the repairs and do the other things on the bikes. Will go to that warehouse.
Okay. And my only last question to this is, what happens to the line bikes now come winter time? Because I would have normally put this on, but we can probably resolve it right now.
No. So the latest information from Lime is that, quite frankly, they're not a profitable enterprise, and so they're going to be ceasing operations in the Boston area.
Okay.
Exactly when they stop is unclear, but my guess is come November they're going to be just gone, and then that'll be that.
And have we had any discussions? I know Councilor Hanlon alluded to the scooters. I actually used them when I was in DC this summer, and they're a lot actually more feasible and more reliable than the bikes, and a lot easier to use. Have we had any discussions about in the future spring or summer?
We haven't yet.
the
I think
scooters?
that's something that we'd love to hear from you guys from. I mean, I've done it as well. They are useful, but they come with the same nuisance issues as the bikes, and some of those are solvable and some of them aren't. But we're watching Brookline right now is doing a pilot.
And they're the only ones, right, doing the pilot across the state?
Yeah, so
I do think that comes with a safety issue, much higher safety issue with the
Right.
scooters than with the bikes.
Definitely.
We'll have those discussions later. I just wanted to thank you for working with me on those locations on Main Street, and I know you're always available for discussion with this, and I do look forward to working with you on this as we go forward.
I always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Excuse with the customer, thanks. That's the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so I just want to frame a few things out. If I understand correctly, the city initial outlay was $500,000?
The total cost was $500,000. Of that, the city put in about $300,000.
And who's paying the difference?
So we have $150,000 from the Mass Gaming Commission through a grant, and two of the stations, the ones on or near the Encore Resort, were actually a stipulation of their MIPA licensing, so they paid for those two stations, and they paid for the operating fees as well.
Okay, so the city's initial outlay was $300,000, and the rest was covered by grants or sponsors. And there are monthly payments to this program?
So right now it's $7,000 a month. The biggest determinant will be when Lime goes away. The contract actually says if we become an exclusive community with Blue Bikes, that operating fee goes away. So it's possible. I say 12 to 18 months in case things don't go as planned, but it's quite possible that by the end of the year we won't have an operating fee to pay.
Okay, but to date, any revenue that might come back to the city is being taken up by both the monthly charges, repairs. You said also these are going to be out throughout the winter?
The stations that are on sidewalks will be out throughout the winter, yeah.
Who's going to dig them out?
That's part of the contract. They will come out and dig them out.
Is there a time frame?
There is one in there. I'll have to check it's within, I would think, 24 hours, yeah.
I mean, it sounds like a great deal for Blue Bike. It seems like for the city, we're spending a lot of money. Where did 300,000? I don't recall ever seeing a line item for that. When did that 300,000 come from?
What's that? Yeah. So there were three over the course of several years. There were two bike share line items. I think 2016 and 17 and 18. So that covered, I think, 200,000.
Bike share was one of the line items in the capital improvement plan?
It was, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go back and take a look at that. I don't recall seeing that.
And
but all
the
right.
balance we took from our capital improvement, so Complete Streets or something like that. Yeah. So the
And the
grants and
grants
donations
from-
total were $250,000. And we have developers coming before us now with the wood waste development. They've already committed to donating one, so that'll be a $60,000 donation in the same vein. So, part of this, yes, we're outlaying a lot of capital, but we're positioning it so that we can take these donations, these grants, and to help expand the system. And so it is a public-private partnership in that sense.
And do you see at some point where this will generate some revenue to the city? Because even the MBTA doesn't operate at all.
Yeah, no, I don't see this being a profit center anytime soon. I think it's if we can, not have it as if we pay for the infrastructure and have no operating costs, I would consider that a success. We pay for the bikes, we pay for the stations, and then it's covered after that. I would count that as a success.
Well, another angle might be
Yeah.
that we're subsidizing a company to generate revenue for themselves. Because if we're not generating any revenue, what's the benefit to the city, other
Well,
than making these bikes available?
The benefit to the city is we're providing more options for travel. I mean, we have discussions about parking congestion, and I think we subsidize driving, we subsidize the road, we subsidize all those things as well.
Well, actually, we don't, because we get excise tax. We charge
Yes.
excise on vehicles, so no, that goes back toward the cost of our
That's true.
roads. That's not the same thing.
Well, we can disagree, but we're providing a service. We're providing mobility. We're trying to change habits to try to address the congestion. And
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to get a sense of how this is being funded and what the benefit to the city is. Seems like we're laying a lot of money out, and that's fine. And if there's some relief out there to our residents, that's fine as well. But, I don't want to see this 3-4 years from now, it's still costing the city money every month.
No, I don't think that'll be the case.
That's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through Councilman Simonelli. It seems like to me that the blue bike racks are always full. Do you have any numbers on the usage?
Yep. So we have, as of today, I looked earlier today, we're at about 4,600 trips. So you'll find it.
4,600 trips, and that's in a 3-month period?
2.5 months, yeah. Stations will sometimes be full, sometimes they'll be empty. It really depends on the travel patterns that people are using. So just because you see a station empty doesn't mean it's necessarily being used, and just because it's full doesn't mean it's not being used. It just means that's been it's a reflection of where people are going.
Mr. President, my suggestion is that we get a lemonade stand there too. We should invest our money in the city of Everett in lemonade stands with the bicycles and, popcorn, and we could kind of like ride our bike and drink our lemonade. Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse the gentleman with the customary.
I have more speakers, believe it or not. Council Florio, Council McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe it would be a good idea in the future is to have the business people almost sponsor a bike.
Yep.
Like, put the business person's name in the back of the bike.
Yep.
So
that's something you can do today.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying earlier. If we had chosen to be the folks managing that, it would have just reflected differently in the operating fee. I think in the end, if we're not going to pay the operating fee past this year, that will kind of resolve itself. But,
I mean, I understand we don't want to be a burden to the taxpayers, but we also have to, not everything makes money. Our schools don't make money. We give all these, this is good for the young kids. They want the exercise, you're taking the cars off the street, you're not polluting the area. So not everything is a money maker. And like I said, it's definitely, we don't want to burden the taxpayer. But we're not talking millions here. It's not millions of dollars.
Right.
So maybe in the future, we could think about, someone adopting a bike, a business person, just to
Absolutely.
cover the cost.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be a lot of money. Now, when you said there was about 4,600 rides, how is this charged? Like, I'm not familiar with it. I apologize.
Yeah.
But
So you can go to any of the stations. You can put your credit card in and get a day pass, for example. So
no,
for
right.
$7 you get a day pass, and you get a code, and you can use the code to unlock a bike. If you do a monthly membership or yearly membership, you get a little key fob, and you actually have it on your keychain, and you put it into the dock, and the bike comes free. So you pay via credit card. We do have a low-income program for low-income residents that we're setting up through the health and wellness programs. That does give discounts if folks are, qualify for that. But the credit card ensures that you can track the bike and who has the bike, and so if somebody steals it, you know who has it, basically.
So, but I'm using a credit card. How does the charges go? Like, how much are you charging? Not you, the company, whatever.
Yeah.
How much is the charge? Is it per mile? Is it per hour?
Nope. So it's you can do a single ride for $2.50. You can do a day
$1.50?
$2.50.
$2.50.
And then you can do a day pass for I think it's $7.
So you could take a bike for a whole day for $7.
Right. And a month, I think a yearly pass is $90 or something like that. So.
Oh,
that's-
okay.
That's
So
unlimited
it's
for
not a
year.
large amount.
No.
So that's why it would be great for the business people,
Yeah.
to advertise
Definitely.
on one of the bikes. I mean, I like to see people getting their exercise with the bikes, and a lot of people, they use them a lot. You're taking traffic off the street, so you can't have everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Council McLaughlin.
Last question, real quick. Is there a scheduled plan to increase the number of stands in the coming year? And what does that look like?
So I don't have a schedule yet. I guess we have one developer, as I said, who is committed to putting a station in when they build the development. Beyond that, I think we ought to have a discussion,
How many are you, is the city willing to increase it by? Because you don't want to see 50 popping up in
No.
the city, but I don't know if what we have is enough to handle
I would agree that
4,600.
we want to increase it. The areas up by Hancock Street and out to northern portions of Broadway we haven't covered yet. I could see doubling the size of it. Not
And
next year, but in the next
over a
couple of
few years.
Yeah.
So over the next 3 years, we're going to double
Yeah.
the 12 to 24
Yeah.
increment. Okay, and we'll talk about location.
Sure.
I'd like to see one at the 7 acre, which will be the 10 acre sports complex down on
Yep,
off of
absolutely,
Tremont
yeah.
Street. So I'd like to discuss that further. But I was just wondering what it looked like for growth over a short period of time. Thank you.
Excuse customary thanks.
All in favor? Thank you.
On the piece,
Councilor
Mr. President?
Capone on this piece.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm in favor of alternate transportation, getting bikes off the ground. The concern that we had and the concern that I still have is that I'm not in favor of the city subsidizing private enterprise. And, there was confusion about the involvement in the process of location, but with Mr. Monti's assurances that they are working on that, the conversation I had with him prior to the meeting, and working with this council to locate the new ones. I'm happy about that. Unfortunately, the contract's already done. We can't undo it, but we weren't talking millions of dollars, but we are talking more than $500,000. So hopefully we won't do that again, but we're going to refer this back to sponsor, and we'll just continue to be in touch with community development in order to locate future locations.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, suspend the rules and take items number 28 and 29 collectively.
They're all
28 and 29. You're welcome.
28 and 29. Seconded. All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it. 28 and 29, please.
$600,000 we spent. Should have spent a lot more time than that.
Item number 28, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephen Simonelli that the mayor's chief of staff provide an update at the next meeting on the sale of Everett Memorial Stadium as well as the new stadium at 7 Acre Park. Item number 29 is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephen Simonelli that the mayor's chief of staff appear at the next meeting to give an update on the progress of St. Teresa's property for housing as requested by residents.
Councilor Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is somebody here to speak on
The chief
on
of
item
staff,
number
sir.
28?
Yes. You want to invite Chief of Staff up? No, it's no stage.
Thanks, Chief.
Just state your name, gentlemen, and position.
Kevin O'Donnell, Chief of Staff, Mayor Carlo Di Maria.
Good evening, Tony Sousa, Director of Planning and Development.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through to Councilman Simonelli. Can you give us an update on what's going on in that property?
With the stadium?
Let's see.
It's more, I guess, Tony, I guess it's fair to say it's more in its, like infancy stages.
Yes.
There has been no offers on the property or anything. Maybe a couple of inquiries or maybe one inquiry.
That's correct.
But, ideally, we would ultimately, like to have a state-of-the-art new facility down on River Green Drive, but it's just in the planning type of stages right now. Anything we would need to do, we would have to do in conjunction with the council approval. So we're not anywhere near trying to make a presentation for something like that yet. It's just very early on, almost of a hope for the future.
So even though we're in the infancy stage, there has to be some kind of idea what we want to put there. Commercial building, manufacturing building, or whatever it might be.
So, just to go full circle here, so as far as infancy stage, a couple of things more specifically. We're looking at the stadium, relocation of the stadium down at 7 Acre Park. First, at this early stage, we're looking at sort of the does it fit. We're looking at schematics, we're looking at programming. How can we make the stadium and possible amenities added to it, how we would be able to accommodate that down there and complement it. The existing stadium, it is parkland, would require action from the council and from the state and so on to even dispose of that. That's why we're very, very early in any conversation of the current stadium, because it is, again, dedicated parkland, and as the rules and regulations and laws would state, that any disposal of parkland would require a series of approvals, and that's deliberate. In addition to any change, so if we were to look to, let's say it's approximately roughly 8-9 acres, let's say you want to take advantage of the first 2-3 acres that abut the parkway. Look, we know it's zoned. We've rezoned that area, and that area would allow for mixed use, for commercial, and so on. With that being said, there is a a long and deliberate process to dispose of that property or portion thereof. And that's if there is even a desire to go down that route
Yeah.
as well.
And so therefore, maybe it's just a better idea to leave that property there. We've been environmental friendly over the last 25 years or so. Maybe we don't need to sell the property. Maybe the whole idea may be to use that for, I don't know, a bike rotary.
And if I may, to that end, there would be a long, deliberate public process that would involve the community, the neighbors, this council, would also involve the state as well in to see if there is an appetite for any such change of use there, if you will.
Is there any update on the stadium that's going to be built at the 7 Parks?
So with respect to that, and last time I believe I was here talking about it, we were actually going through the CIP process, and we do have some funding put aside for design, for a full design. Right now, we're in the early stages of, again, sort of playing with a does it fit model and what exactly could we fit at 7 Acre Park to complement the park at River Green. So with that, next steps in the process, which again is still early, but perhaps later in the fall, I don't want to commit to a time and date certain right now, but we would be coming before the council, and prior to that have a series of public meetings, engage the residents, engage folks down in the ward. We are working with the school department, we are working with the folks at the Health and Wellness Center, again, to come up with a robust program meaning of facilities down there, stadium, rec center, and other amenities.
So that's exactly what's going to be built at the park. That's the general idea.
That's the general
The
idea.
rec over there, the stadium over there.
That's what we're looking at.
Something like that.
That's what we're
That's the
looking
hope,
at.
yeah.
Yeah. It's program feasibility right now, and down the road, we'd have to go before the council and go through the appropriate steps. But program and obviously financial feasibility too. Logistics, if you want to build a new stadium and if there's a desire to relocate, you have to have that new stadium built, right, before you make any moves. So currently what you see down there, so there's no confusion, there's a beautiful, beautiful practice field down at River Green. And some folks may have confused that. I know I've gotten a couple of inquiries from the public as to, is that the future stadium? No, but it's a tremendous addition to our park inventory, to our open space inventory. And again, going back to the old site, we'll go through a process. We'll engage the public, we'll engage this council. And going back to dollars and cents, there is funding in the CIP, but we have not gone full circle. We do have an architect on board that's just working on early schematics. Again, that I'm repeating myself here, that does it fit model, that how does it just 30,000 feet in the air, how potentially, what could this site look like, right? And this site meaning 7 Acre Park. And that is short money, about 50,000 or so for that. And the idea is to get us to the next level. So we'll have some conceptuals, we'll have some renderings to chew over in the early stages. So that way we could come before this council, we could present something to the public. Again,
Maybe a swimming pool might be an added advantage. One end of the city, you're going to go all the way down
Sure.
the other end of the city.
Point well taken. So, but that's all that I have on that.
All set, Counselor? Counselor Capone, Counselor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to our invited guests. So I'm glad to hear you say that there isn't a plan or infancy at its early stages, because we've had guests come up and maybe they're equating athletic complex with stadium, because a couple of times it's, the new stadium. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I remember hearing anything about a new stadium. So I understand being able to draw on a clean slate. That's always a perfect world. But personally, I'm opposed to relocating the stadium. So I'll just put that out there for now. I think there's a lot of history where it is, especially with the memorial. I don't want to see anything happen with that. And the idea of people having to traverse from one side of the city all the way to the far end of the city, I think not only the transportation issues, but that general neighborhood's going to get hit hard with traffic going through there. So when this piece was on, my concern was, whoa, I haven't had anything come in front of me talking about selling the stadium. I want to make sure that we're not there. So, it sounds like there might be some idea of, well, options. Is it something we might want to do? Sounds like it's a far way off from that, but, okay, that's what I
Yes.
want. Okay.
Yes.
I just want the comfort level of knowing that we're not there yet, that there aren't any concrete plans to sell the stadium. And
No.
if I could ask, okay, so the mayor's chief of staff is saying no, that gives me a comfort level, because I personally don't want to see it relocate. So, all right, I don't have any other questions, thank you.
And if I may too, because this is very important as well, the honor roll, the Veterans Memorial that's there, it's with great thought and care that whatever, if there is a desire to do anything further, that we will ensure that has an appropriate place, whether it remain there or is located elsewhere.
That is probably one of the mayor's top priorities with respect to that area is the memorial.
Okay, so hopefully we won't even have to have that conversation. All right, thanks.
Council McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo some of the comments of Councilor Capone, which is I'm absolutely not in favor of relocating the stadium. At the same time, I'm not opposed to it because I think a lot more needs to be known. I think a lot more discussion needs to be had, and I think understanding how it impacts that whole area, which is already a very congested area on both ends of the Air Force Road, whether you're at Prescott Street Extension or you're at the Tyleston Street coming through the village. So I think those discussions need to be had. My question to you tonight is, we removed Line Street Park several years ago in lieu of relocating a new park down the 7-acre park. That has taken several years to transpire, those two locations of swap of land. There is no time that the administration could move on the sale of the stadium in lieu of building a new stadium down the future, correct? So you couldn't eliminate the stadium in the city because we saw it at the Line Street Park. We eliminated a park, and we've waited, extensive amount of time to get a new park in place of that park. So there's no opportunity to be able to close the stadium for redevelopment, but not have the stadium at build, correct? Tony?
I think that's fair to say.
Yes, I mean, you need to have a stadium to play. So with respect to the process, it's long, it's slow, it's deliberate. So same with Line Street. And there's a long public process, and that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
It's good to be deliberate about that. But again, yes, even logistically,
because
it
I
takes
guess
time.
hypothetically you could use the practice field, right, for a temporary football stadium if need be. You could get away with it to a point. I mean, I just don't want to see this become this tug of war.
Yeah,
sort
we
of
would never
thing.
let
But
that
I don't,
happen, as we know with all Everett athletics across the board. Everett never stops playing.
Right, and I agree. I don't think you guys would allow it to happen. I just don't want to see it down the road come up as a scenario. Second thing is the park that's down there currently, that's not part of the 7-acre. That's a 3-acre separate park that is in lieu of the Line Street Park, correct? Where the stadium is now, or where the football practice is now, and where there's some basketball courts.
Correct. Correct.
When will that become active? I know there was an outstanding issue with the GE land. When does that become active, or when will that become accessible to the residents?
So we have finalized all of the paperwork, and in the near future, we'll be having an opening.
So the AUL that was there on the GE land has been resolved.
That's been resolved. Yes.
That's been lifted, and it's moving forward.
Yeah. The city and the Encore folks have been working hard for many months to get all the paperwork in good order and so on. And later this fall,
We'll all be there at a nice ribbon cutting.
Okay, no, and that's good to hear, because I remember when we broke ground on it, a while back. I was just wondering, because it is sitting there, and organizations have called and asked, like, can we use the field? Is it accessible? Can it be utilized for fall soccer or other sports? So I was just wondering what it looked like for a timeline of being able to get it opened and being able to get it usable. So I appreciate the
We're
answer.
just trying to nail down a date.
If there's no more questions, sorry. Council Napolitano.
Just a quick question, and the only reason I asked this because you mentioned your commitment to keep the Memorial Park intact in one way, shape, or form, either there or someplace else. I know I spoke to the Chief of Staff at the beginning of the summer about the status of the flagpole there. which as of a week ago, it's still not flying a flag. What's going on with the main flagpole down there at the stadium?
Oh, I apologize, Council. It was my understanding that it was taken care of, but I assure you it will be before lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah, there hasn't been a flag flying on there all summer. Meanwhile, the other two flags are flying at half-mast for whatever reason. So I just want to make sure you're aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay. 1 second. What's your pleasure for 28? What's your pleasure for 28, Councilor? Second.
Refer back to sponsor.
All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it. On 29.
It's before you.
Councilor Simonelli on 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you for Councilman Simonelli. Can we have an update on the property at St. Teresa's?
With respect to the St. Teresa's property, and to give some background, it's 77 units, rental units for senior affordable housing, which will also include 6 units, 6 townhouses on the side street for first-time home buyer, also affordable as well. We'll also include a healthcare center at the ground level, received all of its approvals, local and state. The project is slated to start construction, groundbreaking early next year. We are very, very excited to see this project move forward. It's the largest affordable housing project for seniors in many, many years. Some of the notable ones of recent time is 66 Main Street, the Villa Co-op, and obviously down on School Street in prior years and so on. So we're very excited. We're very excited to see it start. Also, too, important to note, and thank you for having the item here, there's really good news with respect to commitment. So we have over 400,000, about 460,000 of CDBG funds, so that's city funds through the state via HUD, committed towards this project. Because it's such a large infusion of affordable units, it's a large infusion of senior housing. It's also not only matching that, but almost twice as much funding directly from HUD as well, and a series of other tax credits and so on. So we're really, really excited for that project. The neighborhood developers, it's their first project here in Everett. It's also their largest project in their portfolio. Excuse me, and we hope that many more developers that do affordable housing will also be interested. And it is a mixed-use project too,
So who
which is
owns the
interesting.
property?
Neighborhood developers. Well, forgive me. The Archdiocese owns it, and there is an agreement with the neighborhood developers.
Who's going to own the property?
The Archdiocese owns it.
They're going to own the building?
To my knowledge, that's...
The building and the property?
No. They own the land. The building itself will be managed, operated by the neighborhood developers.
How much is that development worth?
Well, if I recall, I'm just talking off the top. It's over about 20 million.
20 million. And is there a lottery system for
Yes,
rental?
yes. I should have mentioned that, too.
That's okay.
There will be a lottery system as well. When will that take place? Because we've gotten many, many inquiries from residents. After I just went on that whole spiel about the excitement of this, asked the same question as you did. The lottery hopefully will take place, scheduled to take place November, December of next year. There will be a series of public meetings that the neighborhood developers will hold, that they're required to hold, by the way. There'll be a series of advertisements in the local papers and so on for residents to participate. You have to income qualify. There's an application process that will take place. But the lottery, the administration of it, and so on is handled by the neighborhood developers.
So did I get the numbers right? Private ownership was 6 out of the 77?
So it's 77 units rental plus 6 additional units as townhouses on the side street that will be targeted for first-time home buyer.
So it's 77 units.
Plus 6.
And 6, what do you call them?
They're townhouses, workforce housing.
83. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Councilor Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two quick questions. 77 units for affordable housing. Going to be parking?
Yes.
There will be parking? Answer my question. Thank you.
That's it, Counselor? All right.
No, that's it.
If we have no more speakers, excuse our guest. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Council.
Counselor Cimelli, what's your pleasure with this piece?
Refer back to sponsor, Mr. President.
Seconded. All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it.
We have people in the audience, so if we could take items 37, 38, and then we'll be taking 43.
So moved.
Please.
All in favor, take 37 and 38.
Aye.
Counselor, read 37 and 38, please.
Yes. Mr. President, items 37 and 38. 37 is that resolution offered by Councilor Fred Capone that is honored the mayor share the departmental evaluation conducted by the organizational assessment personnel with the city council. And 38, Mr. President, is resolution offered by Councilor Fred Capone that is honored the mayor update the city council as to his plans to acquire a new library director.
Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the clerk, I see we have a response. Could the clerk please read the response?
One moment, please. That wasn't on my desk, sorry. Sorry. This is from the Human Resources Director, Ms. Larry Amori Webby. 37, as legislators, the City Council is not authorized to review personnel documentation. Departmental evaluations include personnel information which is strictly confidential and exempt from public records law because all records contained therein are private and personal in nature. The city could be held liable if it disseminated confidential information to individuals who have no authority to have it. And 38, the city is preparing to post the position in the near future. After said posting, we will assemble all suitable candidate information and select the most qualified individual.
Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect, I requested it of the mayor, the mayor's office, and we got a response from Personnel Department. And that's fine. But the reality is, well, let's speak to the second one first, because that's the easier of the two. The library, which is piece number 38. The city is preparing to post a position in the near future. Not sure when the near future is, but the outgoing director, I think, has been gone for 4 months. So we have someone acting capacity tentatively, and I know by law you can do that for an extended period of time. But the problem is, you really can't put a long-term plan together unless you have a director. And a library is too important of an asset to leave in a state of limbo. So with regards to 38, I would just request that they move as quickly as they possibly can to move that process, get a director in there so that you can establish that long-term plan. So back to 37. Again, the request was that His Honor the Mayor share the departmental evaluations. And the response came from personnel. I'm not looking for personnel files. I'm not looking for reviews. We were told it was absolutely necessary that we create a whole new department, organizational assessment. And the idea was that it was going to enhance efficiency. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what was done with that time frame that was funded by this body to enhance efficiency. I'm not looking for individual personnel files. And to the extent that there may be some overlap, we could always go into executive session. So I don't know if we could have the chief of staff maybe come before us.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. City Solicitor also. State your name and positions.
Colleen Mejia, City Solicitor.
Councilor Capone.
Okay, thank you. Through you to our invited guests. I'm more interested in the efficiency. You know, what that department had recommended to departments in order to make them more efficient. I'm not interested in personnel files. I'm not interested in reviews, things of that nature. We were told that this was a vital department, and my recommendation at the time was, let's just get a consultant to come in, because we don't have to pay for benefits, all that kind of stuff to go with it. Said, nope, we need it. It was gone in a year. So what was developed within that 1 year? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, a lot of the things that were recommended to department heads had to deal with personnel issues. So, part and parcel of those reports are conversations that were had between department heads and employees. It's an executive branch function that we were following
and I
through.
get that, but it's a whole new department that was required, that disappeared. And we were told that the purpose of that department was to make the city run more efficiently.
It actually didn't disappear. It was just merged in with human resources.
Okay.
They took over the role. And the recommendations that were made are so intertwined with personnel decisions that we can't share it. And we can't even share it with you in executive session because you're not authorized to
Okay.
hear personnel information.
Okay, yeah, and that's it. So I'm not looking to delve into personnel stuff. I'm looking to see what tangibly we got, what was put together, what the reports were. If they're that intertwined, then obviously, it creates an issue. But is there anything in more of a general sense that we could talk to in terms of different recommendations that may have been implemented or recommendations that haven't been implemented that don't touch on personnel issues directly to individuals?
Maybe just generically,
Yeah.
maybe some recommendations were made to merge positions or, things
Or
like-
eliminate positions.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as, so is that really the crux of it? Merging, eliminating?
Management training, I don't know.
See, that's the kind of stuff, like, if there's a recommendation for management training, if there's a recommendation to merge positions, if there's a recommendation to do things of that
Yeah,
nature.
we
I think that
conducted-
could be shared without creating any kind of conflict.
Well, I think we can share with you verbally, but any documentation, I would advise the administration not
Okay.
to share it, only because.
Sure, verbally is fine.
You'd get a redacted
Right.
document, maybe
Yeah.
3 words.
Yeah, it'd be all blacked out, so.
So-
I mean, yeah,
No,
but we
verbal-
conducted full department head evaluations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All non-union employees.
How many departments were we able to review within that time period?
I think every single one.
All right, and I'm not going to ask you to go through every single department sitting here, but I would like to know generally what we're looking at. I want to make sure we got, the people got their money's worth, and that's my concern. So as far as recommendations for different departments or generalities, to the extent that you can share that, and I understand the delicacy, so not wanting to put that into writing, but at least to the extent that we can discuss it, what can you share with us this evening?
I would say that, like the chief of staff said, every department head and non-union employee was evaluated. Recommendations were made. Some were, most were positive. Others were maybe some training needed. Maybe some responsibilities could be added or reduced, or jobs could be eliminated. Generically, just things like that. I don't know. If you
Yeah,
have anything.
Educated, people about respect in the workplace, employee relations, things of that nature. It's some of the tools that are there to help not just the employees, but also their families through the EAP program. I mean, we educated people on that, because a lot of people think that EAP only, applies to the person that's drawing a paycheck, but it applies to assistance to the entire family if need be, and not just, sometimes people tend to pigeonhole EAP into just a drug or an alcohol type of treatment, but they do financial planning, credit card debt planning, there's a whole plethora of items that they're there to
Okay.
assist from. So we did our best to educate, especially through some of the fairs, not only the employees but their families into what's available to them through the
We also
the
had
process.
several department-wide mediations, discussions, roundtable, kind of like sessions, so departments could better understand each other,
The
how it
function
should
of how they
operate.
interact.
In the roles, in the flow of communication.
Okay. And how many of these suggestions were we able to implement? Percentage-wise, I guess, is probably the easiest thing to do.
So far?
Yeah.
That's hard to say, I mean, with the flow of things and the way they went, but I would, I would certainly say a majority.
Okay. And in terms of recommendations that were made, are there some that just absolutely not being considered, or, I mean, are we at a point where we're looking to fully implement the changes? And if so, what kind of a time frame are we looking at?
I think we've implemented as we go.
Okay.
With different decisions.
How much would you say is
But
still out there to
organizational
implement?
development's always an ongoing process.
Yeah.
I
Sure.
mean,
What would you say out of the recommendations that were made, how much is still out there that might need to be reviewed, implemented, or not?
Again, that'd be hard to say, because there's a change in landscape with personnel and
Mhm.
things of that nature. So sometimes you have to regroup and figure out your own direction going forward because of people leaving, or people taking another path, or people being reassigned.
Okay, so it seems a fair amount of recommendations were involving personnel issues.
Yeah, for the year that we had that sole department, it was very useful
Okay.
for us as senior staff members we were involved day to day. And it was very useful for us to kind of have a guide.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions on that, and since I do have you here, Chief, with the library one, it's too valuable of an asset to leave in an interim position. Obviously, a director is what we put a long-term plan together, so I know it's been about 4 months or so whatever we could do to kind of fast forward that one, get a director in there, and get a long-term plan, that's what I'd be looking for.
No, understood. But I do have to give kudos to our interim director.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been doing a great
Really
job, but
got
we want him in the solicitor's
Yeah.
office, not in the library.
Yeah.
So let's bring him back there. But,
Seen
okay,
a lot of
thank you.
smiles down there lately.
I don't have any other questions.
Councilor Hanlon and Councilor McLaughlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how we go so far off the track of what I thought we were going to ask to do here. Because what I was interested in finding out was, the fire department needs 3 more people and 2 more trucks. The city yards, we can hire 3 mechanics and get rid of all the stuff that goes on. That's the kind of assessment I was looking for. I was looking to see who needed more people, who needed less people. I'm not interested in personal people.
No, we understand, and that was all part and parcel of the process.
But I didn't hear any of that. It's like, that we had talked about that, and now it's like, it's just completely forgotten. Do we need 3 more fire department trucks? We don't even know. Do we need 1? Can we get rid of 1? We don't know, and that's what I was thinking we were gonna get out of this thing. So, you don't have to answer anything. That's all I want to say is I'm kind of disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanlon, Councilor McLaughlin, Councilor DePiero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a question through you to our Chief of Staff. Can you just explain, so both of these have the mayor to come and speak to these with us. What is the process when the mayor gets a communication from this council? Because he blatantly won't come to discuss anything with this city council. So we respect you guys. You don't.
No.
Both of them have the mayor to come here and speak tonight on both of these issues.
Councilor.
As the department head, he can delegate to his staff to come and answer questions.
So then we should just never ask him to come and just refer everything to you guys to come and speak. So we can't get him to come and speak about anything. As Councilor Hanlon just said, that's what we were going to get for assessments, was what departments needed more
The question
items.
was an HR-related issue.
It wasn't. But again, nobody can explain the process of what happens when you receive a communication from the city council and it requests
Yeah,
the
we
mayor's
discussed
presence.
it at length,
And the mayor
with
just
the mayor included.
The mayor just chooses not to come.
He delegates it to his staff.
But we're asking for him to come. Do we not have a right to have the mayor come? I'm not trying to argue at this point with you guys, but I think for years and years, I think for years and years, the mayors have come before the city council when they were requested. Councilor Hanlon, when he was mayor, showed up on the council meetings. Mayor Ragucci came to meetings when he was
But
requested.
they do have that choice.
They may, but okay. That's all.
How's that, Councilman? Councilor DePiero.
Thank you, Mr. President. some of us have short memories, but in the mix of all this, we had the school department overspend their budget by about $5.5 million. And I can speak from experience, working side by side with Dr. Easy in many of those meetings, that consumed a damn lot of his time. Simple changes, add change forms, making sure things were done differently, branching the gap between City Hall and the school department, which, if you ask me, is organizational assessment. Things come up and priorities shift, but that certainly took up a lot of that time. And if the administration wants to elaborate on that, I welcome them to. But that did happen. As far as people not showing up, pick up the phone and ask a question. I mean, we sit here and banter like children. Pick up the phone and ask a question if that's your concern. That's all I have.
Okay, Counselor. Any more questions for our guest? Thank you very much.
On the pieces?
Councilor Capone.
Thank you. On the pieces?
On 37 and 38.
37 will refer back to sponsor because they're intertwined with personnel. And for number 38, if we could just send a communication to the mayor that given the sensitivity and the need, the library is an asset, that we move as quickly as we can on that process with the new director.
So we'll start with 37. 37 will
back to
refer back to sponsor. Have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. And on 38,
Refer to the mayor's office, ask that they move as swiftly as possible to make sure we have a new director.
and Council has a second on that. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
We have guests in the audience
What
from
number?
Encore. It's item number 43.
Councilor Capone?
43.
Second, all in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
So to invite them up formally. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going ahead too, sorry. Item number 43 is an order offered by Council Richard J. Della Sola Jr. as president of the Everett City Council. Hereby approves the acceptance of River Green Drive as built.
If we could please have the guest before us.
Yes. All in favor for our guest? The ayes have it. Just state your name and your position and your company. Just 1 second.
Just
Press,
have her-
it'll turn green.
Just have her, yeah.
No, press it.
There you go.
I'm Zoya Puri. I'm representing 68 Tremont Street and Wind Design and Development in River Green Drive project acceptance.
Jim Cranston, Bowler Engineering, project manager. We're the civil engineers that worked on the project.
Councilor Capone,
Thank you, Mr.
Councilor
President.
Hanlon.
Through you two, I guess, first of all, thank you very much for your patience. And if you could just kind of give us an overview, we got that schematic, but none of us are engineers, at least I don't think so. And if you could just kind of explain to us exactly what we're looking at.
Absolutely. I'm going to show you this color rendering of just the overall scheme of what's happening out there on Air Force Road and River Green Drive. This is Air Force Road. This is the newly constructed River Green Drive with a turnaround loop at the end. The main purpose of this roadway, really the first feature that was constructed was Boston Freightliner. That was a tenant that Encore had relocated due to the acquisition of the property across the street. So they built them that new facility. River Green Drive is intended to be a public way. There is public water main. There's also electric infrastructure up and down River Green, as well as street lighting. Boston Coach parking lot is here. This is the sports practice field that we were just talking about in the playground. And this is the parking lot that was recently opened to help support Encore and the rest of the community. So we're here before you this evening for the city's acceptance of River Green Drive as a city roadway.
And if I might just add, the roadway was completed last summer, and Boston Freightliner started occupying and operating their business last summer as well. The city engineering department had requested to hold off the roadway acceptance by the city because the playground construction was ongoing and there was planned construction activity at the site that has the temporary parking facility. As of this summer, both of those pieces are also complete, and we had submitted our engineers had submitted 2 rounds of conformance letters and as-bills to the city engineering department. Of the road itself, the first time it was done to get the permanent occupancy permit for the Freightliner project, and the second was to get the occupancy permit or just to start operating the temporary parking lot. So with both of these pieces, all construction activity potentially impacting the River Green Drive have been completed, as well as the city engineering department had shown their acceptance of both these conformances and demonstrated that by allowing the city inspector to issue both occupancy permits. So what we've come before you now is to have city accept this as a city road, which is what the original intent of the road was.
Our clerk is not there, but I just want to confirm that I'm sure we do. You didn't go through all this effort not to get it approved by the town. I just want to make sure that we have someone from the city, something signed off that says
Paperwork.
this is what we want, that it's something that we should be acting on favorably. So
Okay.
I'll reserve
We
that when the
can
clerk comes back.
go with the
I don't
other
have any
council
other
questions.
Thank you very
We'll-
much.
we'll come back
So,
to the
yeah, so
clerk.
let my colleagues ask any questions.
All right, Councilor Hanlon and then Councilor Florio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we saying that the road is completely finished?
Yes.
Yes.
It is, okay. Does that include to the left and right of the road?
I'm sorry?
To the left and the right of the road?
Yes.
I'm looking at water runoff,
Yes.
and I'm kind of, tonight it's supposed to rain like a son of a gun. If it doesn't, I'm going down there to see how the water runoff is. That's supposed to be good, and I had viewed it before, and it looked like there was a catch basin there, and now it looked like, I'm talking about that hollow spot there about halfway up. Doesn't look like there's a catch basin in there anymore.
So, just because I understand the Air Force Road always does have a water retention problem, just want to make clear that most of the water retention problem that seems to happen on Air Force Road usually takes place along here, which is actually upstream from
No,
the
it's pretty
site.
much in the middle of the road, of the new road.
Over here?
No, yeah, right where your pen is. Right about
Okay.
where your pen is to the right-hand side.
So, not that we're aware of. There has been-
Where's their concern?
Put your finger up there, right
Yeah.
there. Maybe back a little bit. Yeah, right about in there, on the right-hand side,
Okay.
going down. There's a shallow spot in there.
Yes, so that is the detention basin right here.
Okay.
And again, as part of the city engineering accepting this road, they had the engineers calculate and confirm the volume. So the road has two catch basins that are potentially catching all the water draining
Uh-huh.
off the road. One is this triangular piece which you see water collecting in. Another is this swale right in the middle of the roundabout.
Yep.
And the third one that was newly constructed when the
I
parking
didn't
lot
get over
was
that
done.
part, can't get over there.
So here.
Yeah, I didn't get over there.
So this swale will be collecting water, and it's meant to collect all the runoff that comes from both the parking lot and the road. Initially, it was much smaller in size when it was just the road. It had to be expanded in size when the parking lot got added. And Bowler Engineering confirmed those volumes and submitted those to the
Well,
engineering
I'm just going to
department.
keep an eye on it. One other question I have is that on the turnaround, there appears to be a road going in there. I see vehicles parked there, and it goes down behind the vegetation. It's a dirt road.
You're talking
Yeah, right.
down this way?
No, on this side of it.
On this
Right
side?
about, right about there.
Yes.
Going into the, wherever it goes.
Into here?
Yes.
So there's an MWRA, they often take their maintenance truck down because they have.
There's a sewer and a water main that traverse
Oh, okay.
parallel with River Green.
Okay.
And those are their utilities that they need
Okay.
to serve.
I just saw some equipment. I didn't know if you were planning to.
That is not us, that's MWRA's maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of my questions have been answered. So tonight, basically, I just want to make sure the viewing audience understand, we're only accepting the road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Matusky and Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. The road we're accepting today, does that go into that yellow part that I see? Is that a path that goes along the whole outskirt of it all?
These,
Yes.
so that is the river walk, it's a bike
river walk,
and
right.
pedestrian trail. That is not part of the road acceptance. The road acceptance is only the vehicular road, which starts from this point over here and comes and does the roundabout.
And the street is called the River
Green Drive.
River Green. So the path is called River Road?
River Walk.
River Walk. Okay, so you're part of the River Walk group too, aren't you?
Well, the Riverwalk does have, I mean, you can step off the road at these two ADA accessible locations to enter it. You also have a few other locations of joining the Riverwalk. It starts from the Northern Strand Bike Trail at this end.
Is that Malden over there?
No, you're still in Everett.
Still in Everett,
Because
yeah.
the high school is right here.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And
The junior high, I mean, the elementary school.
Elementary school, I apologize.
Riverwalk.
And then with the playground being constructed, there are two additional paths that go and connect to the Riverwalk piece. And then at this end, it comes and rejoins, and you join it back at the road.
I see. I thought this was connected to go all the way to the casino area. Is that?
So the hope is...
I mean, for a walking path thing.
So the hope is the Northern Strand Bike Trail is meant to connect down to the casino. There is another missing link that's part of the
That's undeveloped.
scrapyard that's undeveloped. But this is the Northern Strand Bike path that they're trying to connect back down to the casino.
Oh, they're
and
trying
this was
to
one,
do that.
yes.
Yeah. I thought that was supposed to all connect at one point, but and back in the Mellon Bank is not part of it yet.
Not yet.
No, but that's the plan.
That's the plan. That would be the last missing link, should it be.
Well, thank you for being here this evening. I'm sorry you had to be here this late, but you did a great job, your company. Thank you very much.
Council McLaughlin.
Thank you. The only question I have is, as you get to the roundabout on the road, there's about a dozen or so parking spots.
Yes.
Who owns those parking spots? Will they become city-owned parking spots on the acceptance of this street?
That is correct.
So they will become city-owned parking spots. So they will fall under the same guidelines with residential stickers and hours of parking. Because I think right now they're being utilized as first come, first served to get on the shuttle and go to the...
Not really. So the intent of those parking lots was meant to be at the Outlook.
Okay.
So those parking spots are meant to be recreational. The shuttle does pick you up from this location, connect to the parking lot. And if you are going to the resort, the parking is free for the first 6 hours, and then only $5 afterwards for the next 24 hours. So if you are going using the resort, parking in the parking lot is the best.
But I had taken the shuttle one time from this road, and they as they came down, as they went to the roundabout, they actually stopped and picked people up that were parking their cars on those dozen or so spots, and they were again on the shuttle going. So I'm just wondering if the terms of those spots are going to change.
The city, yes, they would be accepted. So, however, the city would like to govern them.
Okay, I just don't know if the city should put a notification.
Right now, there are no signs notifying what they're used for, so
Exactly.
it's
So
kind of
if
free will.
exactly, and if that's going to change the purpose of that, what the guidelines that we follow in the city, maybe we need to notify the community that those guidelines are going to change than what the intent
They
is.
should be designated for actually the Riverwalk and using them
I
at the
agree.
riverfront.
I agree.
That's what the intent was.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the license was required to provide parking for the riverfront use. Okay. So that's what
That's
they should
not
be used for.
happening right now.
Well,
So-
right, it's
and that's
also-
not your problem,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
All set, Council?
Excuse with a customary thing.
One more. Council Floyd wants to speak for the second time.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councilor. That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to that parking, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but don't they have what do you call it? A gate that goes up and down?
And that's in the parking lot, that is correct.
In the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, so that parking lot eventually is gonna be part of the city? Or is
No.
that always gonna be yours?
That's ours, but it's the use of a parking lot is only a temporary 3 years use. So that is.
3 years?
That is correct.
Okay, after 3 years, what happens?
We plan to redevelop the site. We don't know what the plans is, but the reason this parking lot was built was when we were anticipating the opening of the resort. We weren't quite sure how the opening rush would be. We have accounted for all the alternate modes of transport, but we weren't quite sure how much people would actually take to them. But, I mean, the good news is this parking lot, maximum uses has been 30% on a peak weekend. Our parking lot on property, the garage, has not hit peak use, and then there's the parking on Broadway too. So this was built more as a contingency to only absorb the initial opening months. So it served this purpose. Another main reason for doing that was to cap the site. The site was had a lot of site settlement. When we had to build the Freightliner property, it took us a lot of additional labor and additional soil to stabilize it before we could build on it. So building this parking lot helped us both cap the site, take care of all contaminants, put in all the utilities, and kind of allow for a more naturalized settling of the soil over a 3-year period, as opposed to paying extra to do it as an expedited.
Okay.
So it was never
I
meant
just wanted to clarify that because I mean, I've been down there and I've
Yes.
seen the gate, so
Yeah.
that's why I was just getting it confused with the other side.
The gate is also just more a safety. When we had done the parking lot, there was a lot of feedback from both the fire department, the police department, the planning department, and the gate and then putting in islands was all kind of to deter people, to have a big lot and then
Okay.
safety.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
Thank you.
Thanks. Favorable action?
Favorable action? All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, folks.
We're just waiting for the clerk to come back out.
We're on number 21?
Council Capone?
Yeah. Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marquez. Counselor Matusky.
Oh, yes,
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese. That would be 10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so passed and accepted the street. We've got 33 and 42. Mr. Slattery's here for those. And then I think we're all set. Then we can just reserve back.
33?
Council Capone?
33 and then 42.
Mr. President, could we suspend the rules and take item number 33?
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Read 33 on the agenda, please.
Item number 33, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Council Wayne A. Matusky that the Board of Health and the Building Department be notified that there have been complaints of rats in different areas of the city. Mr. Slattery.
Councilor Matusky.
I believe would you say, Mr. Clerk, that Mr. Slattery is here to speak on this
Yes.
issue?
Yes, he is.
Can we have the city solicitor, assistant city solicitor, Mr. Slattery?
Second motion.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Councilor, for being here this late this evening. Appreciate it.
Good evening, members of the
So
council.
you're representing this issue?
Yes, I am.
Could you explain what we're doing about rats in this community?
So ISD through 311 primarily got several complaints of rodents in the Ferry Street to Vine Street area, really located starting at Summer Street, maybe down to Irving, but that area. At that point, ISD went on an investigative and informative campaign in the area, which included checking and reminding residents of trash storage, looking for indications of overgrowth where rodents can harbor, and passed out flyers as such, too. I don't know if you've seen them. I do have one example here.
The neighborhood alert flyers?
Yes.
Yes. I have actually seen them at my own door.
So after, sometimes sometimes I wonder if it's a seasonal problem, but it seems to have, the complaints have subsided anyway, I think recently.
Have they? Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, this was brought up, as you know, Mr. President, at our last meeting, and it's not only, it's a citywide issue. Elm Street, Esty Street, George Street in particular, there was a gentleman that was very, he couldn't let his grandchildren in the yard to play. Bolster Street, I'm trying to remember all the people that called me, in Paris Street. And maybe you're right, maybe it has something to do with the weather, but I happen to think that it has to do with letting anybody that takes a building permit or dig anything into the ground. I noticed on Revere Beach Parkway, they're putting these big vacuum cleaners into the manhole, and cleaning them out, which is good, but it may rock the boat with some of these nests, maybe, or whatever you...
Yeah, no, larger construction projects usually result in some increased calls
Mr.
about
Soper
roads.
actually, and I have had this discussion, the old Eagle Shoe building, Mark's Discount building, for instance, I never saw rats as much as, well, and I called him and the guy baited the place, and it works. So, my thing is that the building department has to reach out. Not only that, but any of these utility companies that Councilman McKinnon, we have an ordinance here now that we passed that you're required to bait, and it's not, something that you can overlook. You have to do it. We had an issue on Ferry Street, the old Central Hardware. The guy just up and left. He made a variety store out of it. He left all the contents in there. And of course, the code enforcement went down there and checked. There was no perishable goods that went bad that would cause. And the people that lived in that area were concerned that maybe that was the cause of the rat problem. But they went in there and they didn't see any disturbance from. But the idea is that we have to be vigilant, and unfortunately, I've seen dead rats squished in the street after they got. I mean, it's not even humorous, really, but it's something that has occurred, and I hope that you let the building department and the code enforcement know that they have to continue. The work on the building permits. You've got to bait these buildings. Any work that's being done.
Well, you are correct. Public contracts do have a remediation clause. Therefore, they're supposed to take care of their own problem. If we get reports that are around any of those sites, we contact the contractor and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do.
Okay, so
you can't solve the problem in total, but you can reduce it. And
you can reduce it. Yeah.
ISD is usually proactive in that result, and they respond to every call too. So.
I know I don't want to. I know I'm close to 5 minutes, and I don't want to rock the boat here. But I want to thank you, Councilor Slattery, and please let Mr. Sopa know that Director Sopa that I appreciate his efforts on this behalf, and it's something that I take seriously. So, and we all do, of course, but it is an issue. It has to be addressed. And as you can hear, Assistant City Solicitor says they're on it. So, I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor, you have 2 minutes left, just to let you know. Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you. I mean, I'll be honest, I've seen this flyer before. We brought this issue up about rats. This has actually been 3 years we've been going on this issue about rats. And this hasn't got anything to do with what was going on down Florence Street Park, where, again, which is where this flyer was initially created for.
That was a big issue.
Yeah, it was. But the thing is that this is a problem that just giving residents a flyer isn't solving. Now, the thing is, it's great that we inform the public, and it's great that we tell people to keep their trash barrel closed. If you come to my house, I'll show you a trash barrel the rats have gnawed through. So what good is that? What is the city doing to control the rat problem besides informing the public? Well, I went down, if I could just want to add one other thing to it. Sure. Just this past 2 weeks, twice going through the Wendy's drive-through. Sorry, a dozen rats playing around between the dumpster and the muffler place that's next door to them. Now, clearly, a lot of these rats have come from the construction going on down in that general area. So what is it that we're doing to curb this problem besides just putting it back on the public by making them aware that if they keep their barrel, that's going to somehow resolve the problem, which it's not?
Well, besides the property of private ownership and us not being able to access that property unless someone has a complaint, we need to hear about those complaints. So if you were to report that complaint from Wendy's, we would have sent Ed Aliberti down, he would have checked out that dumpster, and he would have made recommendations to that property owner as to what to do with their trash and how to bait and who to call, possibly,
the Wendy's thing is just something that's recently surfaced, and I'll share a video I took of the rooms. So just again to verify,
that'd be great.
When I say there are a dozen rats down there, I'm not embellishing. But I'm
nope,
talking
that's
about,
not my issue. But now that I know that report, we can now follow up on that and investigate it.
But I'm going back to this original piece, which was on the calendar that my colleague put on the calendar at our last meeting. What is being done in these neighborhoods to curb rat control beyond informing the residents with a flyer that if they keep their barrels closed, basically, from my opinion, it's not going to do a damn thing.
Yeah, I think we as a city do a satisfactory job. There's a partnership we have with the residents too, and especially some of the property owners that are absentee. They don't come by their property, but they do rent them.
I'm familiar with some of the residents that Councilman Matusky has been referring to because they've spoken to me as well. The resident on George Street is not an absentee landlord. He resides there.
Did you ask me a general question? I can get into specific cases if you'd like.
No, but what I want to know specifically, what is the city doing to curb the rodent control in the city of Everett? That's my question.
The city does a great job, and ISD does a great job in trying to communicate trash protocol to residents and property owners. I think it's a great program, and everyone really is focused on that. We do have a lot of issues with recycling right now, and people misusing the recycling program. And endless hours are spent on educating the public on that, but it's a difficult task. Recycling in the industry the way it is today doesn't make it easy for trash collection. So we do have an issue there. But we do have people in the wards. They do patrol their wards. And again, we respond to every complaint. So tomorrow morning, the first thing I'm going to do is send the dumpster inspector down to Wendy's. We'll handle that complaint.
Well, 10 o'clock at night is when they're mostly out of their feed.
Sure.
So we're not actually, other than informing the public, we're physically not doing anything in these neighborhoods to curb rodent control.
Well, we did have that program last year because of the construction at the park at Florence Street. Was it last year or the summer before? Was it both?
4 years ago, actually.
No, we were baiting. We had, I think it was Beantown Pest Control. I think we were sponsoring and paying for some baiting of traps and so forth, because we did recognize there was a bigger problem then. But based on the calls that we're getting, it seems like the common remedies are effective right now. So you are going to see, I don't think you're not going to see an absence of rats. You got that whole wood waste project going on, a lot of large construction projects, and that is a byproduct of it.
No, I understand that, but keep in mind too that the majority of the membership here are lifelong residents of the city.
Mm-hmm.
In 62 years of living in this city, I've only seen the excessive amount of rats that we've had in the last 3 to 4 years.
Yep.
Growing up in this city, living in this city, residing in this city, never seen this problem. And I believe a big part of this problem has to do with the amount of construction going on, which is understandable because the construction is important to the city. But beyond informing the public, I still haven't heard anything that I can go back to the resident on George Street who has voiced these concerns to both myself and Councilman Matusky and tell him, yes, the city is fixing this problem, because the city is not fixing this problem for this resident on George Street. That's what I'm trying to ask is, what physically are we doing to control rodent control beyond informing the public? And informing the public is a big part of it, no doubt. But again, as I also mentioned, I'll show you a city-purchased trash barrel that a rat has gnawed through, and that's not closing the barrels is not stopping them. Not throwing away food would stop them. But how do you impose something like that on an entire city of 40,000 people?
Well, maybe if the Board of Health saw it as a problem, they could come here and try to get some funds earmarked for public eradication, maybe another public baiting paid for by the city. But we don't have that in front of us right now.
That's something I think we'll need to have to pursue, because this problem is not going away. It'll diminish this time of year because of the season. But when the spring comes back out, they'll be right back in the neighborhoods. It happened in my neighborhood for 2 consecutive years.
Maybe it's something to talk to the state about as well, because maybe there is an increase in the urban areas surrounding Boston. I haven't heard of anything of that nature, but that could be an issue too.
Well, we will reach out to the experts who will be able to do that.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I get Councilor McLaughlin, Councilor Capone.
This letter I just wanted to bring up, and I did last meeting as well. The hills on the opposite side of the hospital, Maplewood, Alpine, Rosedale, Richdale, they had reached out to me, as well as some of the same residents that we've all been reached out by. But those hills had reached out to me with some concerns of seeing a large increase in rodent activity over the last few months. So
okay, well, I'll send somebody out there to take a look, maybe canvass the neighborhoods a little bit.
So they did receive that flyer from code enforcement. So I think at some point there was some sort of a spike in awareness, I guess, if you will, on those hills, because they did receive that same notice that you have there on the desk.
Good.
So somebody knew about it or somebody was brought to their attention that, there might be an issue in that area. So just like to see if you could also take a look at that area for us
Absolutely.
as well,
Sure.
Nancy. And you alluded to, is there one inspector just for dumpsters in the city of Everett?
We do have one dumpster inspector. All the ISD inspectors relate common problems to each other.
Okay.
And obviously, we have 311, and sometimes people call us directly, and we'll take complaints as well. But we do have one dumpster inspector.
And is this individual responsible for, say, a dumpster is on? Is there a certain amount of time for a dumpster to sit still? Because I
Depends.
think that's one of the other issues. The dumpster sits still for extensive period of time, and it doesn't get picked up and emptied, and then it's a deterrent to the issue.
So they're permitted, and as part of that permitting process, they've got to follow some rules, and those rules are the amount of times they need to be emptied, what their capacity will be, that they won't overflow, and that's what Ed checks on a regular basis.
And who is this dumpster inspector?
Ed Alberti.
Okay. No, because I know of a couple of dumpsters that have been sitting there for a longer period of time.
If you called Ed, he'd go take care of it.
Okay, I'm gonna do.
Or if you called me, I'd call him.
I'm gonna call you. I don't want to speak to the inspector directly. I think going through you because we've had this dialogue tonight. I'll reach out to you this week and then see if we can just get these dumpsters picked up and moved along. I think that might help with some of the issue.
Sure. He also does the construction dumpsters, and there's some elements of that.
That's what I mean. Those types of. Though I'm talking about more so of those dumpsters, not as a, say, a Dunkin' Donuts dumpster or whatever. More of a construction dumpster that's been on site for a long period of time.
Right.
We'll talk this week.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Slater.
Sure.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Capone, Counselor Florio.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you to our guest, Assistant Solicitor. I don't want to belabor the issue any longer than we need to, but it is something that everyone's received calls on, apparently. And I think that you've touched on the key things. First, education, obviously, that's helpful because anything you can do to help stop contributing to the problem is the first thing. And then I guess what everyone's trying to figure out is what we can do more proactively. You had mentioned possibly public baiting. Maybe we need to tighten up the requirements in some of the permits for dumpsters, maybe have that turnover more frequently. Maybe it gets to a certain level, it's got to get, taken care of. I don't know if there's anything we can do on the construction side of things, if we maybe turn that up a little bit in terms of obligations. I know that we already have baiting, but maybe we have to expand that. Those might be types of things we're looking in. Those things won't raise any kind of expense to the city. Public baiting would, obviously. But if we could maybe, shy of that, try to share this with as many of what you would consider probably the likely culprits. If we can get our residents to understand maintaining, covering the trash, that kind of stuff, that should take care of some of it. Now, you do have those extraordinary circumstances like Councilor Napolitano was talking about, where, we've got super rats, like, biting through trash barrels. It happens. So, but if we can get the public to at least do their part, then maybe we tighten up what we need to do with regards to dumpster removal, construction, that kind of stuff. So anything you could do on your end with that, I'd appreciate.
Sure. I think especially the construction idea, partnering up and seeing what we can do about regulating that would be great. I had one other point on what you said, and now I lost it. So.
That's okay. Well, you know what the concerns are, so I
do.
appreciate it.
I
Thank
do.
you.
Sure.
I don't have any other questions.
Counselor Florio.
Thank you,
last
Mr.
speaker.
Chairman. When we give out permits and we tell the contractors they have to bait, they have to do baiting, does anybody go out and check to see if they do it? Because I think what I would do, my recommendation would be is, when the contract comes in for a permit, take a percentage, say you're going to pay so much for baiting, you give it to the city, let the city do it. The city has to invest in baiting. It doesn't matter how much money it costs right now, because on Friday night we have fireworks going on in Glendale Park, okay? This is an issue that needs to be corrected. If it costs money, it costs money. In Boston, I work in Boston, and the Greenway, around the Greenway in the North End area, you go around the city of Boston, the trees, you see all the big traps. So we have to start doing that. I don't think at this point we have to worry about money.
A lot of those traps are privately owned, and they're allowed to be placed by the city. I don't know of the other things you speak of. I don't know the regulations, but I can try and find out.
Yeah. But I mean, we do have to do something. If it means you have to transfer money into a certain department to get these rats under control, then we have to do it. We got $3.5 million coming back from the schools. Take $500,000 and do what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't let this. We can't let this go on and on and on.
It's a public health
We-
issue. I
Yeah,
understand
we
that.
have numerous complaints. And what are we going to do? Wait for a child to get bit before we do something? So I really believe that that's important, and we need to move on it fast. There are way too many complaints around the city.
Keep an ear out for that recycling issue, too. It's becoming more and more restrictive, and not only is it more costly for the city, because they'll consider any load contaminated, and then you're paying a penalty on that. Contamination could be just one house throwing away something that they're not going to accept. And I think that that actually does lend to this problem. So keep an ear open for that, and maybe we can discuss that in a further
And
time.
I understand this, that there's an issue, but we have to get the rats under control now, then we educate people on what to do. And we educate them once, we educate them twice, and if they don't want to learn, then they're going to pay the price. So that's the way it goes. I mean, if you don't want to follow the rules of the city, then you have to pay for it. So, but to me, we need to take it under control first, then we educate the people on what to do. So
Agreed.
that's my opinion. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Councilman Matusky?
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for taking this issue so seriously, as we all do. And I want to thank you, Councilor Slattery. I'm going to refer this to you, and maybe you could put a report together, say, the second meeting in November, and explain what you have, undertaking. Would that be a reasonable thing?
Sure.
And then you can give us, you've done some outreach. You know, if it is Councilor Marchese brings up a good point. If there has to be some baiting, if you need additional funds, and as the city workers able to do that, it might not be in their best interest to do that kind of work. But I'm going to refer this to Councilor Slattery, as he's indicated that he is on top of this. And Mr. Soper has already called me several times on the issue, especially the old Central Hardware. He called me personally to let me know that they got entrance into that store and nothing was open. There was no food all over the place and so forth, like some of the people might have thought. So with that, I would like to excuse Mr. Councilor Slattery with the customary thanks and refer to this item to him for the second meeting in November.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded. All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Propose to take items 42.
can we do something quick to get the 27, 30, and 32? They're all by Councilor McKibben. Oh, okay, see, okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I believe we need the council for item 42, that's the reason why.
Read number 42 on the agenda, please.
Item 42, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Wayne A. Matusky that code enforcement check out the property at 191 Nichols Street for possible overcrowding at request of neighbors in that area.
Councilman Matusky.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Slattery, you know about this issue. It was a nightmare to the people in that area, in particular the next door neighbors. You have the written report on it, the complaint.
I do.
Have you made any inroads on this property?
Well, what I found out is the Code Enforcement Task Force went out to this property in March. I think it was March 20th was the inspection. The Code Enforcement Task Force is usually a cooperation of a bunch of city departments, and in this case it was fire prevention, ISD, the building department, and they were for complaints of overcrowding. When they went in to inspect, they found that there was a lot of work in the nature of renovations done without permits, so they would have needed a building permit, a plumbing permit, an electrical permit. They were informed that they had to come and get permits, and if I'm not mistaken, they paid a fine for working without a permit as a triple fee. So they did get those permits. Now, if they get a permit, they're allowed to have an open permit and remedy the problem with certain periodic inspections. So the permits given at that point are still open. 6 months is the typical time frame, but if they continue to work.
But fast forward to our last meeting.
Still, during that inspection, overcrowding was found. There was some evidence
That's March 20th.
Right, yep. But
What happened after the last meeting? Did people go down there?
Well, the people that own the property said that they were using it as an Airbnb. We let them know about the new ordinance. They came down to apply. They were not eligible because they didn't reside in the property.
Well, that solves that a little bit of a problem.
And we got the call you're speaking about, we got on the 19th, which was, what's today's date? It was just last week.
Right, yeah.
So we got the call the same time. Either you gave us that tip or they got it from a resident.
Well, it was actually an official resolution on the city council agenda.
Yep.
And that's why, you know, it's on the agenda tonight. We asked for a 2-week report. Maybe you're not aware of that.
I'm not aware of that, no.
All right, so we're going to lay this piece over until we get a full report.
Right.
I mean, that's good. They were denied a B&B breakfast thing, whatever it is.
Right.
And moving forward, we want a complete report on that property. They've caused nothing but havoc in the neighborhood. It's an animal house fraternity type of situation. And it should not, I wouldn't want to live next door to it. And these people came up here, it's a quality of life issue for that neighborhood. So I'd like to refer this back to Mr. Slattery to investigate it further. And why don't we give it to the end of November? Is that enough time for you?
Sure.
And we, you know, March 20th was great that they went down there, but now at least we know that they're not allowed to have a bed and breakfast, B&B. So moving forward, could you get that information?
Yeah, I will. So again, they do have open permits. They're allowed to keep some conditions still in what you would call
Well,
violation.
you know what, I'd like to know how many, is it a two-family, a single-family?
It's a 2.
It's a 2.
They had some lodging in the basement with locked doors, makeshift kitchens and so
So
forth.
that's illegal?
Yep, those were removed, to our knowledge, but I know they're looking into this newest complaint now, and I don't
Okay.
have any further.
Well, the complaints were that there was over 20 young people partying and, you know, urinating in people's property, you know, and so forth.
I did hear that. That was the recent complaint?
That was up at the last meeting. Do you have that report? Can I give, do you mind if I give you this? This is from the people. Nick, could you pass that? That's for your records. I don't know if you had that. Thank you, Councilman Marchese. But,
I haven't seen this.
okay, that's the people that bought the property. I'm going to refer this to you. I don't want to belabor this issue. And you think a month would be good?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I want the full court press on this property. I want a complete report, Mr. Slattery, not that we went down there and told them to change a lock. I want to know how many bedrooms, if it's a two-family, nobody lives in the basement, check the garage if there's one there, and what condition the property is outside and inside for litter, and it's a whole 9 yards.
Okay.
And any police reports. Thank you, Council. Yeah, and if there's been any police reports, I want it all in one package because these people have been terrorized next door. And they're decent, hardworking people. They've been there for over 50 years, and that's what we're looking for.
So just for your information too, the Code Enforcement Task Force has all of those departments represented in a monthly
Right.
meeting. That meeting is Wednesday. I'll communicate this on Wednesday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And, you know, this is new to you, so. But Mr. Soper and I had discussed this issue too, so maybe he's got some information that you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I have 2 more speakers. Councilor Florio, Councilor McLaughlin.
I just want to know, what are we doing if we catch these people using this as Airbnb and their permits aren't for that?
We treat it like illegal lodging.
Okay.
And we try to make sure they discontinue that practice. Sometimes that's difficult. We'll go in, they'll have complied to whatever orders we have, and then they'll start doing it again. But I think we have a pretty good rate of success on that, too. Never going to stamp it all
And the
out.
reason why I'm asking that is because I actually got a call over the weekend, and I definitely don't want to go off subject, but the insurance company on Main Street, Beacon and Main Street, they're doing the same thing upstairs. They're doing work there, but they use it as an Airbnb. So I will be calling tomorrow. And this weekend, it was, the person that called me, I told her, I said, just call the cops. I said, if they continue that at 12, 1 o'clock tomorrow, call me, I'll come down. I'm not afraid to go down and face anybody.
Yeah, so the police will report illegal
So
lodging to us as well.
the police should have a report on that, is what I'm saying.
Okay, what was the,
I don't know the exact address, but it's the corner of Beacon and Main Street.
It's with the insurance company
It used to be
on
an insurance
this-
company, they closed now.
Okay.
I'll get the address for you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the old school of Cincinnati.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Just Mr. Clerk, so they came in to apply for an Airbnb license.
Correct.
These individuals, and they were denied.
Yep, not
So-
by me, though. 'Cause it didn't even hit, I gave them the application.
Jim
It-
Soper.
It stopped at Jim Soper. I didn't
Okay,
even get a
so
chance to
then
deny
you
them
think you-
because building denied them prior. I have to get every sign off before I make a decision. So it didn't even come to me at the end. But I've had discussions with the property owners, and he was in my office today from next door, the property owners next door. So I drove by over the weekend, so just so you know, I mean, it's on all our radar. It's so.
And did you notice any activity there this weekend?
I didn't notice any activity. I do know I spoke with the neighbor next door. They've changed out the dumpster, made it smaller. They've done some corrective action because, like I said, Mr. Soper, before he went away, sent some letters, and this is on the city's radar, so we are working on it.
Okay, I was just wondering what the process was to deny them, so it just was denied with Mr. Soper before it got to your desk. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Matusky, you do with this piece?
Mr. President, I want to thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues once again for agreeing with me on the subject matter. I'm going to refer it to you, Counselor, and please let Mr. Soper know that we need his assistance in getting this under control. A full report in a month, is that,
That's fine. Yeah.
November, the first meeting in November?
That's fine.
That gives you plenty of time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Hughes with the customary thanks.
Second.
And,
Thank you very much.
We're asked for a full report from his department.
Second week in November?
Second week in November.
It'll be November 11th. So second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Could we please suspend the rules, takes items 13 to 20 collectively and vote on them individually?
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
And to the extent that we need to suspend
Council
Rule 20
Capone?
for the...
Correct, not all of, it's like half and half, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I just want to tell you that
That was
there are a lot
13 to
of
20, correct?
renewals. You said 13 to 20, correct?
20.
All right. Take them collectively, vote on them separately. Items, all right, Mr. President, these are all appointments. Item number 13 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Carmine DiBattista as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 2 years. Item 14 is an appointment that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of John Frazier as an alternate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 1 year. Item 15 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Mary Gerasi as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 3 years. Item 16 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Roger Thistle as an alternate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 3 years. Item 17 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Paul Colometta as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 2 years. Item 18 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Stephen O'Connor as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term of 3 years. And 19 is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Gabriella Crinigan as a member of the Everett Cultural Council for a term of 3 years. And last item, number 20, is that the Everett City Council hereby confirms the appointment of Joanna Garin as a member of the Everett Cultural Council for a term of 3 years.
Favorable action on all of them, and we
gotta-
have to vote on them individually.
Yeah, you have to vote on them individually. We can't do them collectively anymore.
Roll call,
And
please.
they all had suspended Rule 20, correct, Counselor?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Counselor Capone on item 13.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon. Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky. Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item 14, Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky. Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item 15, Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky. Yes. Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item 16, Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky.
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
McLaughlin. Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 18, Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
President Della Sola. 10
Yes.
yeas, 0 nays. You have passed the order. Counselor Capone.
Yes.
On item number 19.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese.
Yes.
Counselor Matusky.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin. Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
And President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed. Final item 20. Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio. Counselor DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Marchese. Counselor Matusky. Counselor
Yes.
McLaughlin. Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
And Counselor Simonelli.
Yes.
And President Della Sola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed all appointments.
Suspend the rules and take
Council
items
Capone?
21, 22 collectively?
Second motion.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Items number 21 and 22, Mr. President, are donations offered by Council Richard J. Delasola as president. Item 21 is that the Everett City Council hereby accepts a donation of $5,000 from PEGM Transportation LLC to the City of Everett's celebration account to support the July 4th event. 22 is that the Everett City Council hereby accepts a donation of $1,000 from Members Plus Credit Union to be put into the City of Everett celebration account to support Village Fest.
Favorable action on both with a letter of thanks.
Second motion on both.
Roll call, please.
On 21, Council Capone.
Yes.
Council DeFlorio.
Yes.
Council DePiero.
Yes.
Council Hanlon.
Yes.
Council Marquez.
Yes.
Council Matusky. Yes. Council McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano.
Yes.
Council Simonelli.
Yes.
President Delasola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 22, Council Capone.
Yes.
Council DeFlorio.
Yes.
Council DePiero.
Yes.
Council Hanlon.
Yes.
Council
Yes.
Marquez. Council Matusky. Yes. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Council Simonelli.
Yes.
And President Delasola.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed those two orders.
Can you read number, when you are ready, read 24 on the agenda, please.
24.
I have, Rich, I have to make corrections.
24. Mr. President, is a petition offered by Council Richard J. Delasola Jr. as president, that the Everett City Council hereby approves a new auto repair license for ODARC Auto Repair, 363 3rd Street. They should be sent to committee. It is like a transfer license. This formerly was Mario's Auto Repair. It's an existing license, new owners.
Before we
Council
send it to
Florio,
committee, we
on the
need to
motion?
make an adjustment on the name. It's spelled incorrect. So it's license for
ODRAC.
O-D-R-A-K.
AK. Yeah, it's a typo.
So,
As
as
a, would you like to make that
amended,
amended?
refer it to committee as amended.
All those-
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
It's going to CBD. Okay?
Read
Thank you,
25,
Councilor.
please.
25. President, is a petition offered by Council Richard J. Delasola Jr. as president, that the Everett City Council hereby approves the secondhand and precious metals license renewal for all checks cashed Inc. at 1998 Revere Beach Parkway.
Council DeFlorio,
This is,
Council Marquez.
Wait a minute, is this the one that we had tonight?
No, this is
That's
not
the one.
that
That's
one.
hard code.
That will be the number 26
Oh,
one.
this is the check
This is
cash.
a
I'm
renewal, the
sorry.
check cash place, they're just getting
I'm ahead
their
of my,
secondhand and precious metal
Okay.
renewal.
Council Marquez.
Yes, this is the property located on Second Street in
Yeah, in the Parkway, yes.
Is that going to stay there long, or is it, I thought that was coming down with the
Yeah, I mean,
development?
for now, they're gonna, they have to continue the license, so if it's part of the process, if they're gonna keep it even for a few more months, they need to renew their license, so,
No, do they presently have a second-hand precious metals license?
yes.
What do they do
They
for
always
for
have,
checks cash?
Yeah, because they
Okay.
can buy jewelry, I guess, and stuff like that, you know.
So it's a pawn shop,
Kind of, I guess.
so we should, that's good.
I just, but this has always been, so,
Yeah.
I mean, this has been prior to
It's
me.
going to be doing a lot of business now.
Any issues or concerns?
Council
No,
Capone?
I've never received a call once from that place, any
Yeah.
complaints at all.
Favorable
And
action.
all papers are in order.
Motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
It is a
I'm
roll
sorry.
call, Mr.
Roll call
President.
vote?
Is that right? Counsel Capone?
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio? Counsel DePiero?
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon?
Yes.
Counsel Marquez?
Yes.
Counsel Matusky? Counsel McLaughlin?
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano? Counsel Simonelli?
Yes.
And President Delasola?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, you have so passed that order. Item number
26.
is Committee on Business Development Committee Report from this evening. Position offered by Council Richard J. Delasola Jr. as president. The Everett City Council hereby approves the new precious metals license for Art Gold Jewelry at 159 Main Street. Note that this came out of committee favorable. It is a new location, a current business owner in the city. They just moved from Broadway to Main Street. The only thing the committee needed was hours, and I think Council Napolitano has the hours.
Council Napolitano.
Thank you. The hours of operation are going to be Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Monday
Okay.
through Friday, 10 a.m. to, one more time?
7 p.m.
7.
and Saturday 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's what the information I
6 p.m.
received
So,
from the
yeah,
clerk.
that's whatever their current license is, we're going to go the same.
All set,
All I want to
Council?
contribute. Yep.
Council DeFlorio.
I was going to ask that question because that was raised in committee.
Yeah, and I didn't know, so that's why I went downstairs and had the information pulled from the computer.
Okay, and that's what's on their license, correct?
That's on the current license, so we'll go with that, and then they can always ask for extended hours.
So we got favorable action on that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Second.
Yeah, we need a roll call.
Roll call
With-
vote?
All
with-
papers are in order.
With the hours that we just.
With the hours included, yes, 10 a.m. To 7 and 10 to 6 on Saturday. All right, favorable action on item 26 with the hours included. Counselor Capone?
Yes.
Counselor DeFlorio? Counselor DePiero?
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon?
Yes.
Counselor Marquez?
Yes.
Counselor Matusky?
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Paul Tano?
And 30, so.
Sorry. Counselor Simonelli?
Yes.
President Delasola?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, you have so passed.
Can we
that
suspend the
petition.
rules and take 27, 30, and 32 and lay it on the table for 2 weeks?
Second. What numbers? 27, 30, and 32. 27, 30.
I think 30 is accidentally on there, so I would just say 27 and 32, and 30 we're going to do no action. Objective was just accidentally added on there. They're the exact
Right.
same piece with the same number, just duplicate.
Need a motion?
Leave out 30.
Just for 27 and
Motion.
32
You have a
instead
second on that?
of,
The committee report from the first one?
Second motion?
I don't think there was a committee report.
yes, there is. It was a committee report, and yes, there's a committee report.
You had to read it or no?
I don't have to read it, because we're going to postpone it.
All in
for
favor?
2 weeks.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
I actually didn't read the piece.
Oh.
I'm going to read the piece real
One
quick
second.
before we make a motion.
One second.
Item 27 is a resolution offered by Council John Leo McKinnon that the city consider a citywide 24/7 residential parking, adding the weekend to the current wording of the ordinances would hopefully stop the parking that will be introduced into the city due to the overflow from visitors of the casino. Now the motion. Is accept the committee report and place on file with a postponement, right? Yep.
Seconded. All in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it
All
for
right.
27.
30, no action necessary. It is duplicate. And
Read 32, please.
item 32 is a resolution offered by Councilor John Leo McKinnon that the police chief and fire chief appear at the next meeting to give an update on any related issues regarding the casino and area around it in regards to public safety. And that was postponed also, Councilor? I just need the motion.
So moved.
All in favor to lay it over? All opposed? Ayes have it. We're now on 34, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are. Mr. President, item 34 is a resolution offered by Councilor Anthony DePiero that the Traffic Commission consider placing speed bumps in the Housing Authority property on Russell Street at the request of residents in that neighborhood.
Council DePiero.
Thank you. Is there a response, Mr. Clerk?
There is no.
All right, I move to postpone for 2 weeks and request a response at the next meeting.
Seconded. All in favor to postpone?
Aye.
Ayes have it. You are ready, clerk? You can read 35.
Okay. 35, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Wayne A. Matusky that the Boston Postmaster be made aware that in certain sections of Everett that the residents are not receiving their mail until after 5 p.m. and also some days where they don't receive their mail at all.
Councilor Matusky.
Mr. President, I'd like to lay this over for a month. I am in discussions with the postmaster on some issues that are occurring in Everett, and I'd like to just lay this over to the second meeting in November, if that's okay.
So you want the second week, the November 11th, where we're putting the other ones? That gives you
Yes,
6
that'd be
weeks?
fine, yeah.
Yep.
I'm actually in discussion. And I just want to mention, Mr. President, I don't know if anybody else is hot in here, but is the air conditioning actually working
I
in
was
there?
told earlier it was broken this morning.
Well, I'm not a complainer, but
We
it
sat
is
in our
hot in
offices
here.
all day like this.
I'm complaining.
Councilman Hand's complaining too. So, yeah, I thought it was me. I said,
I know, it's warm.
and then I asked Councilman Marquez, and he said, what did you say? I said, are you hot? And he said,
Super
he's been dying for 2 hours. It is hot in here. It's almost unbearable. Thank you.
So, Council, what do you want to do with this piece?
Postpone to
Lay
the
it-
November
November 11th?
Yes, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Item number, is it 38? 39.
39, please.
Mr. President, a resolution offered, item 39 is a resolution offered by Council Fred Capone that the administration consider utilizing reflectors or take some other action to direct more light downward upon the street area coming from the newly installed ornamental streetlights.
Council Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke with Tony Souza and Rich Connors regarding the issue. They're going to take a look at what they might be able to do internally to try to improve visibility. So refer this back to sponsor.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 40.
Number 40, please.
Mr. President, is a resolution offered by, an order offered by Councilor Michael K. Marchese that the Everett City Council hereby amends Rule 8 of the City Council Rules to add a new subsection D.
Council Marchese?
Yes, as you know, Councilor Capone had some questions about it, and we communicated, and he came up with something which I can't read on this, so I'd like to give over back to you. This is on D now, we'll wait, number D.
Council Capone.
Thank you. So, I mean, we know what the intent is. The intent is we want to make sure we don't have duplicative type of commentaries. If you have a sponsor that wants to send something either to a committee or wants to postpone something, that should be the end of it. We shouldn't talk infinitum.
Correct.
So, when I read this, I just wanted to tailor it a little bit to make sure that it did exactly what the council wanted. I can read it, and if the council's good with it, I can make sure I get the language.
Correct, so that way I can post it, and then we
Yeah.
can vote on it in a couple weeks.
So this is section D. So right now, it says, only the lead sponsor presenting a new piece of business placed on the council agenda under new business shall be allowed to discuss the item, and then insert the following language, if the sponsor has requested referral to committee or to postpone, period. Then, and then get rid of the rest of the sentence. And then a new sentence says, in such an event, after the lead sponsor has spoken, the city council, instead of may, it'll be shall, vote to postpone or refer the subject matter to the appropriate committee. The next sentence would read, the matter remains open for discussion to the entire body if the request is for favorable action, referral to a department for action to be taken, or if the chair decides that the action requires city council's immediate attention or is declared an emergency measure. And then that would be the end of the
Second
section.
the amendments? I would accept them and then postpone this for 2 weeks to allow me time to post this, so the residents have time to review.
So the motion be to accept the amendments and postpone for 2 weeks?
And send it to the clerk to post.
Send to clerk.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Clerk, we want 41.
41 is Mr. President, is an order offered by Council John F. Hanlon that the Everett City Council hereby amends Rule 8 of the City Council Rules to add a new subsection E.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to move favorable
Councilor
action
Hanlon?
on it. This is just so that we,
I would,
because
we postponed it, I wasn't sure if we had to amend it, so I did not post this. So I would postpone this one, and I'll post both of these in the paper. I didn't post it in the
we
paper.
didn't postpone this one. We didn't amend this one.
Yeah, both of them were taken. Am I incorrect? We had this at last week's meeting, and I postponed it.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I did. You
Well,
took
if you
action
did,
to
okay.
postpone it. So I just need 2 more weeks. I have to post it.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay?
So
Otherwise,
you
we
want to
can't vote
postpone
on
it for 2 weeks.
That way I can
correct?
post them together. It's the same
Yeah,
rule,
okay.
too, just in
Yeah,
a
no problem.
sub-part of it. Sorry.
Second.
I was
Second.
Second.
Postpone.
requested the same way.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Down to new business on 44, please.
Item number 44. These are all new business. Mr. President, is an order offered by Council Richard J. Delasola Jr. as President that the Everett City Council hereby approves the addition of the new subsection to the Administrative Code, Section 3, Multiple Member Bodies, Food Policy Council.
Council Capone?
Thank you. Has anyone seen this? I haven't seen this yet, so I'd
Yeah,
ask them to
I'll-
lay this over, and then we'll get a
We're
copy
going
of
to
it. in the
postpone it,
interim.
yeah?
Postpone for 2 weeks?
Second motion.
Second it. All in favor to postpone it? Ayes have it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you didn't have it today. It was ready. I got to have Mr. Latanzi just forward it to me. Okay.
On 45, please.
Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Council Michael K. Marchese that the city use the money that is received from Encore to go towards applying it to taxpayers for relief with their taxes.
Council Marchese.
I don't know if anybody can think back, but I presented a piece 2 or 3 years ago that we should have used 90% of the first 3 years' money towards the taxes, which I think we use all of it anyhow. Yeah, and that's what it kind of turned out. And then the second part of it was 75% of all revenues when they open the door to go directly to the taxpayers. And the 25% should be adequate to, hire some new policemen, whatever we have to do here. And I stick by it today, but I think that the people are expecting a little relief, and I think we owe it to them. And if anybody wants to join in this resolution, you're all welcome. If you all want to get on, have the whole council, which I think would be appropriate to do.
Okay, all the council will be on the.
All the council.
Seconded? All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
It's a pleasure.
Everybody's on that piece.
Was referred to the administration.
Seconded, Council, do you have a question?
No, I think that the counselor has been consistent on this. I think that the majority of us have been consistent on this. When people voted for casino in the community, they did so because they thought they were going to get a tangible benefit. They thought their taxes were coming down. They haven't seen it. They need to come down. We're all steadfast in that position. So refer it over. We understand that there are other things you need to do in the community. We're not talking 100%. But I do agree the lion's share should be used for that. And the other thing is, I would like, when the administration is doing the budget, not to say, okay, well, we have this amount of money, and kind of incorporate that into their spending. I wish they would just focus on trying to level fund or streamline, and so that this extra money that comes in actually has a real impact on reducing the taxes.
Right.
So if you kind of incorporate, say, well, we're going to get that money in, so you add that into your spending, you get nowhere. So I really want to see a real savings to this community. I know my colleagues do, so I wholeheartedly support this.
I got Council Napolitano on the motion and Council Matusky.
I mean, I agree. I think this is a good thing. You have been consistent about this. The thing is that in the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendation was that this money not be used to reduce the taxes. Well, that's great from them. They don't live in the city of Everett. They haven't been bearing the burden that most of us have. Did anybody look at your difference between the last year and the previous year's taxes? I don't know about you. Mine went up $2,000. Okay, I'm not getting that out of my tenants. So the thing is that, and I don't have three-family. I don't have any idea how the single-family homeowners get by. So the thing is, it is important that we keep that in mind. The recommendation was that it not go back to the taxpayers, but our taxpayers have been expecting this, and this is what we're going to run into when this comes before us. So I think this is great timing, very important. I don't know if I don't agree with all of the money going into it, but there definitely needs to be some tax relief this year. We've had 2 bad years. Let's give our residents a break.
Correct. Council Matusky.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the previous speakers. There was a time when Everett, people were actually jealous of our tax rate. We had the lowest tax rate in the entire state. And that's a fact. And, this Blue Ribbon Commission, which was supposed to deal with the schools, threw this in with the equation, and that kind of threw me off. They're supposed to be watching the schools, and the mayor should serve as a school committee member. I agree with that. But this tax money, I don't know where they came in on that. We have all nice, decent schools. And every park is state-of-the-art at this point. And I had some friends in the car the other day. We're driving by the Sacramone Park. The thing is state-of-the-art. Looks like Disney World over there. Kids are very lucky in this community. And when they walk by somebody's house on the way to school, the little old lady might not have any children. Her children are grown now, right? But she's paying taxes so that your kids can go to school. Every property owner is paying taxes here. And for that commission to say the money should go, I don't know where they actually said it should go at. Well, the retirement thing, we're working on that too. But no, I want to see the taxes go down and other communities be jealous of us again. And I understand, and that's the whole big deal here. The casino, that was part of the deal. And I agree with Councilman Marchese. So, where they threw that in, I don't know. The kids are very lucky in this city, let me tell you. These schools are beautiful. The Powell School's old, but they remodel it every year, and we're a few $1 million here and there. The high school is beautiful. These elementary schools are all in great shape. And the parks, they're not dust bowls anymore. course, a few of them took a little longer to complete, but, you know what I mean? But, I mean, the kids are lucky here. I mean, okay, so that's it. Let's give the taxpayers a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. There's no more speakers.
Motion was, yeah, made and seconded to
Did-
refer to the administration.
Seconded, all in favor? All opposed? The ayes have it.
Yes, as
Yes.
amended.
We are on 46.
Mr. President, item 46 is a resolution of by Council Fred Capone that is under the mayor apply all money returned by the school department to the grossly underfunded retiree health insurance OPEB liability account.
Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we all heard when the commission put its thing together, we were really grossly underfunded on the benefits. And I know the administration has got an approach that they're trying to take to catch up over the years, but we now have an opportunity where there's a windfall for monies that have come back from the school department. If they're not going to use them, I think it was about $3 million or so. If they're not going to use it, it's a great opportunity to try to fund this liability account. Right now, I think it's like a $250 some odd million obligation. We're funded about $4 million. So we're at 1.8%. And this is for the post-employment benefits for the people who've worked for this community. So we owe them the opportunity to make sure that their benefits are going to be covered. So I would request that we refer this to the mayor's office, asking that the money be applied to that OPEB liability account to make sure that we have funding.
Seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Clerk, we're on 47, please.
Yes. 47. Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Council Wayne A. Matusky that the Director of Community Development appear at the next council meeting to discuss the ongoing development plans for the Market Forge site.
Councilor Matusky.
Lay this on the table till the second meeting in November. And
All in
refer
favor?
to the, Mr. Sopa. I mean,
No.
Mr. Souza, excuse me.
All in favor? Ayes have it.
Item
On
48.
48, please.
Mr. President, is that is a resolution offered by Council Wayne A. Matusky that the ISD department get in touch with the owners of the property of the former D'Angelo's Sandwich Shop on Revere Beach Parkway and make them clean it up because it has become unsightly.
Councilor Matusky.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this was cleaned up over the weekend, and it looked like an old country western a set for a movie. It looked terrible, you know. We had no variety store for if you live right, you know, anywhere around there, to get a half gallon of milk, you got to go 1 mile either way. But you know, the property's just sitting there, and I guess they want to sell it. But D'Angelo's was a mess. But code enforcement went down there over the weekend, and they told the owners to clean it up. But you know, I drove by it. I said every week, and I said, "Gee, when are they going to clean it?" And they're on top of them now. We're talking about rats, and we're talking about dirty properties. You know, if somebody with a foot, their grass this high got a ticket that I know. And there's this place on the Parkway that has been sitting there vacant for, I don't know how, 8 months now, that D'Angelo's went up. But it's been cleaned up, so with that, I want to thank the Code Enforcement Department and refer it back to sponsor.
Second motion.
On the motion, Councilor, Councilor?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to let them know that they had, he's absolutely right. And I know that an issue had come up about, there was some complaints. Councilor Napolitano and I had worked on it called the ISD. ISD's actually been working on this for about a week and a half. And they had a tough time. They finally got a hold of the right person. And just so the council's aware as well, and the membership in general, they're going to stay on top of them going forward because it really was deplorable. So I'm glad that they were able to get that. It's a good issue. The council is absolutely right to talk about it, but they are going to take care of it going forward.
Thank you. On the motion,
Refer it back to sponsor.
seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We are on 49, please.
Mr. President, item 49 is a resolution offered by Councilor Michael J. McLaughlin that the Director of Community Development provide an update on the status of the Rossetti Park on Tremont Street and if there are future plans for this park.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the park that's at the bottom of Prescott Street. So about May or so of this year, they started to park the ISD vehicles down there. They actually dismantled the outdoor skating rink that was there. There was a full basketball court there. They had removed the basketball courts from Swan Street Park because it was making too much noise in the neighborhood. Had hoped that they would bring the games down to that park because it was more isolated, because on the other side is the Air Force Road. Well, they dismantled both of those. They started to park the ISD cars down there, and the neighborhood was okay with that. But over time, a whole lot of other stuff has been dumped on there. There's unregistered vehicles, city vehicles on there now. The school department is parking their vehicles. Independent contractor is parking several of their vehicles. There's now dumpsters full of construction debris that's on that site. It's becoming the dumping grounds of West Everett. And every week, something else is being added onto that site. They dismantled active park use that was being utilized, and now it's become the dumping grounds of West Everett. So I think that, and again, I'd been talking to department heads, and they kept telling us that it was going to be cleaned up, and it got worse. And they'd say it would get cleaned up, and it got worse. So I just asked that we lay this on the table for 2 weeks and ask for an update of this site and when the residents of that area can expect to see these vehicles and the construction debris and everything else that's on that site to be removed. None of us would want it in front of our homes, and the residents of Tremont Street and that neighborhood shouldn't have it in front of their homes either. Thank you.
Second. All in favor? Ayes have it. Number 50, please.
Item number 15, Mr. President, is a resolution offered by Council Michael J. McLaughlin that the city consider using the school department revenue that was returned to put in 3D crosswalks around schools in the interest of public safety.
Council McLaughlin.
So, Mr. President, this is something that, again, as I go out each day actively exercising, as I'm running throughout the community every day, I'm noticing, as I'm sure my colleagues are, cars that are speeding around the city of Everett. It's like the Indy 500. The cars are unbelievable on these streets. And everywhere you go in the city, you're going to see somebody speeding up a street in the city. I know that they just installed one at the Madeline English School that this idea came from a student in the city of Medford that had done this at one of their elementary schools, and I had gone over there and taken a video of it and sent it to the mayor, and the mayor agreed that he would have it done in front of the Madeline English School, which he did do. And I think that it has helped that area, and I know it's helped Medford. So I'd like to ask the mayor and the administration to look at spending some of that money that was returned from the school department to be able to install these 3D crosswalks around the parks and school facilities to start with, to hopefully in the interest of slowing down some of these vehicles before somebody is seriously hit and killed. And I think it's something that we can all agree that speeding is a major problem. And I know Councilor DePiero a few years ago did a valid effort of trying to lower the speed limit to across the city, and unfortunately it wasn't able to be done. But we need to continue to do a trial and error period to try to slow down these cars. And something might work and something might not work. But I don't think adding some paint to these crosswalks and making them a 3D crosswalk is too much to ask for a trial and error period. It may cost a little bit of money, but it's going to be something that might help save somebody's life one of these days when you're not fully paying attention or a kid runs out in front of a car. It's an accident waiting to happen across the city of Everett. So I'd ask that the administration come back in 2 weeks with a response, with hopefully a positive response, that we can go forward, start to do these around parks and schools to start with, and then maybe we expand it out from there, and we use that as the template to start. Yield the floor to my colleagues, but I'd make a motion we table this for 2 weeks.
On the motion, I got Council DePiero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the councilor's sentiments here. I'd just like the administration to maybe provide some specs, what it would cost, and maybe with the alternative of some raised crosswalks as well, because the 3D idea is great, but if you're a local, it's only going to work once. And unfortunately, the only way people listen sometimes is if they do get hurt in the pocket, and if they're flying over raised crosswalks, they're not going to do it again. So I second the motion to send it to the administration and maybe get some specs on both and collaboratively come to a solution. Thank you.
Councilor Matusky on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just a quick note. I did see some City of Everett advertisement in the last couple of weeks, advertising for crosswalks, raised. So they're putting in new crosswalks, and they're looking for bids. So this might be in the work right now. But I know you're talking about the 3D ones. Yeah, I like them myself. But there is a crosswalk enhancement bids out there right now. I saw that in the paper a couple weeks ago. So maybe they could provide that information too.
Thank you, Counselor. Any more speakers? Counselor McLaughlin.
Recommendation from the council was to refer to the administration, have the chief of staff and maybe Tony Souza, because they would plan that, and a response back in 2 weeks, and with some specs from what Councilor DeVero said.
Yes.
I just asked.
All in favor? Ayes have it.
No, I think we got one more. Don't run away yet.
One more.
Item number 51, the final order is, Mr. President, is an ordinance offered by Council Richard J. Delaso Jr. As President, the Everett City Council hereby approves small cell wireless facility ordinance. I think that's it, right? Yeah. So,
Counselor Capone.
Can we postpone till the next meeting? Because I've got some recommendations that need to be made here.
Yeah.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Motion adjourned.
Before we adjourn, I just want to remind everybody,
we did
52 is done.
first.
Just reminder, Friday night, we have the homecoming celebration at Glendale Park, 6 to 8.
And Saturday at the...
And Saturday is the game. But Friday night at Glendale Park, fireworks are at 8:30, and the council will have a stand there. Right now, popcorn and refreshments. So, as always, we have a stand, and always everybody's invited.
And Saturday, the Kiwanis having a Celia's Walk.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
And then Sunday, Gold Star Mother's Gazebo is
Right.
being rededicated.
It's on the Glenwood Cemetery.
Motion to
Mr.
adjourn.
President, I just want to also mention, it was mentioned earlier tonight, but the walk for...
Councilors, we're almost there.
The
Counselor, we're almost there.
I just want to once again mention the walk on Saturday as well for Celia Matarazzo Cataldo.
Absolutely.
In the memory of her and domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor? Ayes have it.